Good morning, Hermana. What's going on, brother? I got to talk to you about that message you sent me, brother. I'm going to hit you up today. We'll speak today about it. I'm just checking out what we have. A little bit of a pump on our hands here, so I'm just marking out some levels. Let me bring you guys in. Okay, just marking out these levels here. Oh, 731, we have some point of control here. I think we're at all-time highs right now. Pretty crazy. We left some single prints behind right in here at 892. That'll most likely get ran through and corrected. Let's check out our gaps. All right, we got a gap to fill here at 532. A lot of guys were saying we should be marking out our gaps, and I'm going to do that. Gap starts. $373. It's a pretty big gap. Huge gap. Good morning, Danrick. Sorry, brother. Good morning, Danrick. I read that too quickly. Here's another gap at 310. We'll just mark these two out. 310 and 240. Gap starts. And 240, huh? right. All right. Then we're good to go, guys. I think we're ready to rumble. We are ready to rumble here. Let's go down to our smaller time frames. Go down to our 12-minute here. So we're getting a little resistance here on the all-time highs at 913. You guys think today will be the day that we break 22,000? Let's look at the daily. See what that looks like. Oops. So a 30-minute. And then we go to NQ. And TPO. Okay, we got our daily here. Let's see if we can. All right. Let's see what the daily looks like on an NQ. Ooh, this thing is just parabolic. Let's take away some of these lines. Yeah, guys, this thing looks parabolic like no one's business. Like we have here a steep trend, a very steep trend. We're going to have to hold these levels. If not, we're going to see a pretty nasty spill. That's unsustainable. Look at this. That is crazy. Yeah, that's a very, very strong, guys. We're due some kind of a cool down period, right? We need some sort of a cool down. But let's look at the last few days and how it's playing out right now. So we had a huge pump day. We had a huge, what I call blow off top, a little bit of rejection. Then buyers were absorbing sellers here on Friday. Buyers were absorbing sellers, which is a bullish thing, but it could lead to exhaustion. And now we're seeing us go even higher in this move. So it's additionally bullish because when you get a green candle, which is on the 16th, that's now. When you get a green candle after bullish absorption, that means it's usually a continuation of that trend. If we were to get a red candle here, which today could end up being red, if today ends up being red, that's a very bad sign for the market because that means that all this bullish absorption led to buyer exhaustion. But right now, it looks like buyers are still strong. So we'll play it as we get it. Right now, we're still looking like, we want to go higher. So that's what the daily tells me. Let's drop down to our 4-hour. See if we see any weakness on the 4-hour. All right, so we had here blow off top, followed by one more pump, followed by another dump down just to get recovered. This kind of looks like manipulation a little bit, but the fact that we're getting higher prices, if we get a rejection here at this level, then we'll know this was manipulation. We'll see. Right now, we'll play, like we say, level to level. Let's keep an eye today. It'll be really important to keep an eye on our VWAP. Let's anchor some new VWAPs. See if we can make some sense out of them. All right, so we'll anchor some new VWAPs here. So we got one VWAP anchored from this low. This VWAP is so past tense. It's crazy. So down there. Nuts. What is this here? I don't know what this is. Anchored VWAP. Get rid of this one. No longer serving us. this purple one there. Get rid of all of them. We'll anchor some new ones. Okay, let's see where we would like to anchor a VWAP from. Let's anchor one from this recent low. All right. We'll keep that on there. We'll see how this works out for us. Right now we're just looking at our low 900s, see how we hold up there. If we can't hold that level, then obviously we're going to blow through this level. Maybe test the value area high. Let's see where this move originated from. So this move started in the, let's see, that's the 15th, 1800. Wow, we had quite the move. All right. So it looks like we got started right around here, and we went sideways for a little bit, and right around 3 a.m. Eastern, we started to get the pump in here off the VWAP. And since then, we've been tested the value area high, rejected from it, came back through it. Pretty strong. Okay. So our overnight lows are basically the daily open. Really not much. Maybe the value area low. Overnight lows is matching up with the value area low, so we'll leave that alone. Pretty crazy. All right, so let's start looking at our other charts. All right, so 12 minutes, pretty strong. We might have some support here in this area. I'm looking maybe a bounce from the 540s. I mean A54s, the value area high, because we had a lot of absorption here. We had a big thrust in volume here on this candle. So this could be an area of support. Keep our eyes on that big time. Okay. Yeah, I think there's some global news, guys, that are all over the place, not just in the U.S. with all the craziness going on here, but I think there's stuff going on all over the world. Europe's not looking so hot. China's not looking so hot. Yeah, let's take a look at some of that news. Seems that the UK says fastest decline in UK private sector employment for nearly 4 years. That's pretty big. That's pretty big, guys. German economy ends 2024 in contraction territory. That's not good. French business activity declines for the 4th month in a row. In a monetary policy in the euro area, Lagarde is speaking. And she says that it's an honor to be here today, 10 years, national value, according to, let's see. Let's check this out. She's the president of Euro Central Bank. So she's kind of like the Jerome Powell. What's the summary here? Conclusion, there we go. The ECB is also moving through its monetary policy cycle, and we are now at a stage where the darkest days of winter look to be behind us, and we can start to look forward instead. We certainly hope that the days ahead will be better, but winds are blowing in different directions, and there is much uncertainty before us. So our monetary policy will be prepared for all scenarios to come. So they don't want to scare the markets, but they're saying that, possibly got some turbulence up ahead. So I think we, and in China, from what I hear, is also not looking so hot, guys. Today let's see if we have any news today here that's affecting the United States. We have flash manufacturing PMI at 945. That's pretty much it for U.S. flash services PMI. Okay. All right, we'll keep our eyes on everything. All right, let's get some music going, guys. Yeah, my wife's got some Christmas music on. I think I finally got the hotkey issue worked out, so that's exciting. All right, so that's what they say, always fill the gap. Yeah, the gaps always get filled, huh? What did Japan say about their interest rate? We'll check that out right now. Today is PMI data. Don't forget that. Yeah, absolutely. So let's see what Japan said. The Bank of Japan ended negative interest rates in March and raised its short-term policy target to a quarter in July. It has signaled readiness to hike again if wages and prices move as projected, and heightened conviction Japan will durably hit 2% inflation. Top stories. 9 hours ago, Bank of Japan expected to keep rates on hold this week. Okay. Ten hours ago, China's economy loses momentum. China's weak consumption drags on economy as Trump tariffs threaten looms. Trump's tariff threats loom. Yeah, I think their economy might be taking a hit, guys. Their economy is going to be pretty hurt because they're going to be the biggest ones to feel the tariff hit. Pretty big. So yeah. Anyone holding on to any Alibaba or any China stocks? Like I know that for a long time, NIO was a big popular stock during the COVID times. And recently they had a big pump, the big run, super big run, because China was stimulating their economy, pumping liquidity into the market. So American investors were piling money in not too long ago. But I do think that this whole economy everywhere globally, we're probably due for a reset, guys. Or I think we're due for a big reset. And more importantly, like I wanted to talk to you guys about the whole drone situation. I think this drone situation could end up tanking the economy. I'm gonna actually do a full video on that. Be one of probably the first video we release on this channel. It's not a live stream. I'm gonna be working on that video later today. I think this drone situation could be could be just like a red flag for the economy, just because of what they actually represent. Not that obviously drones have some kind of an direct impact on our market, but the reason why they're up there could have a huge impact. So yeah, I'm considering making some drastic moves, just precautionary measures. Maybe taking out some insurance positions. Maybe some puts on the market, possibly. Purchase some calls on the defense sectors. I think it could be worth the investment policy. Good morning, Vladimir. Sometimes we take out insurance on our house or on our cars and health insurance. We take out insurance and we never use it. I'm thinking of it as the exact same way. Taking out insurance on our investments or on my investments, because I think something's gonna come of all this. It's 9 a.m. guys. I'm starting to see some volume kick back in. So right now we're looking at this. We're looking at these all-time highs, obviously, and we've got a gap right below us. Not a gap, but I'm sorry, single prints right below us around 890. So I'd like to see that get filled in. And then we also have a lot of support here at the 854 value area high level. So we can keep an eye on all of that. Right now we're just kind of spilling over and getting bought up right along the short-term EMAs. So not much action going on here. Not something I'd want to trade right now. Not anything that I'd want to trade. CVD right now is kind of saying that we have no real clear direction at the moment. So I would not be looking for a trade just yet. I don't know about you guys, if you guys have made any money yet. If I would have taken a trade around 8 a.m., yeah, I could have gotten into a nice trade here. But I was kind of busy setting up the OBS. But yeah, something like around here, this was tradable. Let me go show you guys what we have here. So we got support on the value area high at 706. We bounced big time. Came up here, chopped around a little bit, consolidated. Came back up to clear out these imbalances with this candle here. Found some absorption here. Buyers started absorbing sellers. And then we came right back into this area. So when I see something like this and the market is bullish, when I see that the market is bullish and trending really hard, I look for these candles, which are absorption candles. I look for the market to come back into them. Because when the market comes back into them, they protect these wicks. So I like to take longs off of these moves. So this morning it played out perfectly. This would have been the perfect entry here. You would have had about zero drawdown. And yeah, we would have came up about, not a huge move, but 67, about 40 points, about a 40-point move. You know, that could have been your day. Some people, they have a target. That could have been a good day. Hermana says if Japan raises their interest rate, it will trigger the carry trade. Yeah, that carry trade, man, that thing had a pretty scary side effect on the American market last time. And carry trade is a serious factor. So the fact that Japan is considering a rate hike, it says they're expected to keep rates on hold, but if they do increase them, that could trigger the market dumping again. It could raise rates. It's scary either way. I think this time around, the market may have a serious overreaction to that news, just because a lot of investors last time around, they didn't really know what the carry trade thing did, or the carry trade principle did. And I think more people are open to that that information now, that if we do get that bearish news and bearish sentiment, I think it could have a pretty nastier spill than last time. Nastier spill, possibly. Yeah, could be. See if we can take a look at any other news going on right now. See if there's anything else happening in our world that we need to know. Elon Musk just tweeted. Let me show you guys this. Elon Musk just tweeted, Grok can even explain drones over New Jersey. That's pretty interesting. Let's go ahead and see if that's true. Okay, here we go. Somebody actually did ask Grok about the drones over New Jersey, and he said, explain the drones over New Jersey. And Grok said, over recent weeks, numerous reports have surfaced regarding mysterious drones flying over New Jersey. Here's a summary based on whatever. Yeah, it's kind of the same information we know already. It's cool that it knows like up to the date information. Now, Grok is cool because it scans all of Twitter X to get as much information as possible. So that's pretty cool. It's always up to the minute in news. This is what I'm leaning towards. This is kind of what I'm thinking here. This is the reason why we're probably seeing these drones. So the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2018 expires on December 20th of this year. So the federal government is literally using a terrorism drone mystery psyop against you to manipulate Congress into passing the new HR 8610 Counter-UAS Authority Security and Safety and Reauthorization Act of 2024, which will include appropriations and enhance government powers to control you. And they're even going as far as to use it to push for acts of war against other countries. Yeah, so this is what happens, guys. What normally happens is the government likes to scare the pants off of us to jam bills down our throats. Kind of like when we had 9/11, we got the Patriot Act, which means that we lost all types of freedoms in this country. They were supposed to be temporary, and we never got them back. Anything that's ever temporary in this country is permanent. You know, just like the income tax was temporary and ended up becoming permanent. Patriot Act was temporary and ended up becoming permanent. And the Patriot Act had a lot of things in it that had nothing to do with fighting terrorism. So the same thing happening here. The fact that we have a bill that's expiring, and now we're getting this, you know, I don't know what you would call it, invasion of drones, right? The scaring people. And then you have like politicians coming on saying, we would do something if Congress would act. If Congress would do something, if they pass this bill, we give us the authority to do something, give the states the authority to do something about this. It's on Congress's hands now. So because of that, I already know the reason why they're doing this is because they want to jam another bill down our throats. That, or these drones are actually scanning for something that might be very dangerous. There could, let me put it this way: if I was in Jersey, I'd probably be going on a vacation right now, extended vacation, because if these drones are actually looking for something, if they're looking for something, guys, it cannot be something safe. That's all I want to say. I don't want you know, spread any fear, any FUD or anything like that. I just want to say that if I was in Jersey, I'd probably be getting out, you know, for many reasons. Now, this adds another reason to why it's probably not a good idea to be there. Armando says, Wednesday we will see there is FOMC, and after that is BOJ policy rate. Yeah, so we're going to have a turbulent week, guys. We're going to have a pretty crazy week. All right, so we're getting a little bit of a spillover. Right now we're going into that single print area. Obviously, I think we'll blow right through this level. It was just a level that I wanted to keep on my radar. Now, let me show you guys something else. When the market is trading with minimum, I don't know if it ever does, but with minimum manipulation, there's a phenomenon that tends to happen a lot. Okay, so you guys see this candle here, this doji candle, kind of like a unsure candle. You know, there's a lot of like, am I going up? Am I going down? So there's a Wyckoff principle that says there is a effort versus result, and it was Tova who taught me about this. Tova showed me this indicator. So this indicator I have on my screen down here at the bottom that I'll maximize right now, it shows the result versus the effort. So the dark shaded areas are the effort. So you guys see these green candle. The green is part of the candle is your effort, and then the empty part of the candle is your result. So this volume came in, and then this candle went up. This volume came in, and then this candle went down this much. This volume came in, this candle went down that much. So as you can see, that happens a lot. So when you see a candle that has a good amount of volume, like this, good amount of volume, but it didn't go anywhere as far as like the candle didn't move, the candle had almost no move whatsoever, that means that move is hitting a roadblock. It's hitting a roadblock. So let's go back and look at this 9 o'clock candle. So the 9 o'clock candle, look at it. It hit a roadblock. So after that roadblock, we got a little bit of spillover. So that kind of shows you that if you look at these things and you can kind of find a reason why it might make sense to take a trade at a certain area, you know, these kind of give you the indication, okay, here, now is a good time. You understand? Instead of just winging it, you at least have a thesis on why you're taking a trade at a certain level. So pretty cool stuff here. And this is all like Wyckoff, 100-year-old theories. This is not something that was made up, you know, last month or last year because of this indicator. This indicator actually works around the strategies that have been in place for a century now. Do I trade with it? I use it as confirmation. When I find an area that I'm interested in, Dave, when I find an area I'm interested in, like for, let's say I don't like to trade, I don't like to short all-time highs, but let's just say we were at an area that I felt resistance and I was looking for a short there and I saw something like this. Not only is it showing me that this move is running out of steam, but it's also showing me that now would be as good as time as any to look for a trade because of that. And because here we had a blow off top, which means that they like to manipulate a price range to get people to go long, because here looked like a lot of strength. So then a lot of buyers would go in right now and they'd buy because they saw all this strength. So what they're doing here is they're accumulating positions to bring it back down. So when I see this plus a level plus this, I say, you know what, this makes sense. This makes sense for me to look at a trade. Then I go over here to my left-hand side and I see, did we have a spike in volume? And yes, we did. We had a spike in volume right here. So because we had a spike in volume in CVD, that usually leads to a spillover, pretty big spike. Then I check my CVD here and I see that, yeah, we had a spike in volume here. And then we also had another spike in volume right here. And that led, this spike in volume then led to this. So because of a lot of the signals that I would see, something like this would be tempting to take short. That's CVD volume, by the way, cumulative volume delta, not just regular volume. Welcome, Dave. I don't know if I've ever seen your name here before, but welcome to the channel. Gento says, is that indicator available on TradingView? Yes, it is. It is called the Red K, and you can customize it so you can make it look better because the colors it comes with are pretty ugly. It's Red K EverX 2.0, Red K EverX. There's a lot of videos on it. I suggest you guys take a look at them and see if it works for you. I love it. I personally love it. I don't just use the candles, but these lines in here, they also are very strong. They're very strong indicators. And if you watch the videos, you'll see how they work and why they function. But it's nothing like RSI. I thought it was at first, like an RSI. It's not an RSI at all. They're all Wyckoff principles, and it's a very strong indicator. So I don't like keeping too many indicators on my screen, but this one has passed the test for sure. No worries, brother. What's up, Hitmaker? Good morning. Welcome to anyone here that's new. I thank you guys for the likes already. All right, so right now, guys, we're looking at this area right here between 892 and 885 as an area that has single prints. Now, these single prints can either get filled and then bounce back up. That's one option. Or we can blow right through them and maybe then find support in a lower region. I have my eye set, if we crush these single prints, I have my eye set on either this area here at 865 or probably more likely 854. We could get a little bounce from here, but if we don't hold it, next area here is at the value area high. It's kind of what I'm eyeing up right now. If I had to take a trade at the moment, I'd be eyeing up shorts more than I would longs. Maybe if we get like a little spike in volume right now, back up to the last week's high here at 907, I might be interested in going with a short, but at the moment right now, I'm just chilling, just waiting and chilling. Guys, today I'm going to trade till either to about 12 or 1 o'clock. Not sure yet. And then I'm going to hit the gym. I wasn't able to hit the gym all last week. I had a lot of obligations. So my body is feeling it, guys. I'm tight. You know, when you do the gym almost every single day for decades, taking a week off is kind of like, oh my God, I feel like I'm falling apart. So if you're a trader, you definitely need to make time to exercise, because we're sitting or even standing. I got a standing desk here, but it's the same thing. You know, you need to be active. I'm considering getting a walking desk, like a treadmill for the desk. That's going to be a game changer once I do that. If you guys are not members of our Discord yet, let me post that, because I'm sure sometimes I share some valuable information in there. So do a lot of our members. So everyone is welcome, and it's free. So don't worry, I have to pay anything. That link is now pinned in the chat. So anyone and everyone is welcome. As long as you're not a pain in the butt or a negative Nancy. We're there to encourage each other, not to knock anyone down. So I haven't seen anybody like that yet, but I'm just putting it out there. So guys, I am using, I have on my screen now permanently. I have, let me show you guys. I am keeping the, my version of the heat map or the book map. It's called the heat map on Motive Wave. I'm keeping this on, and welcome to our new sub here. Little Crypt TV, I think it is. I'm going to check you out in just a second. Well, here, this is, I'm going to keep this on one of my screens permanently, a little subsection of one of my screens. So I can see the big orders coming in, and I can see the areas that have a lot of orders in place. So I will, from time to time, show you guys this just to keep you guys also in the loop of what I'm looking at. I'm not sure how I'm going to use this information to trade off of yet, but I'm just keeping it on my visuals so I can see if there's any correlation there with everything else that I look at. I know a lot of the orders that come in can be spoofs, but once the orders are in, I do get a pretty big bubble showing that there was 50 orders, 100 orders that just got processed, and that has a reaction on the market. So if I see like a big order come in at the top of a move, a lot of times that signals that there's going to be some trap longs there. So we'll keep that on our charts as well. All right, the market is trying to absorb this selling pressure here. I don't know if that's going to work or if it's going to fail. At the moment, it looks like it's pretty weak. It looks pretty anemic to me. Yeah, welcome Little Sip TV to the channel. Couldn't read your name before. Now I got it. Little Sip TV, welcome. All right, so yeah, we're losing this level here, guys. I go out on a limb here and say that this is probably going to continue down. I might be interested in taking a short here if we revisit that 896 area one more time. We'll see if that's what this market wants to do. If we end up getting a green candle here in the 1 minute, if we end up getting a green candle or we get an absorption candle to the upside, then this could turn into a bullish move. Right now the EMAs are crossing over. So not the strongest move. But it always does that like weak kind of playing dead type of move in order to trap a lot of shorts. It does do like, oh look, I'm rolling over, I'm dying, psych, and then it just rips to the upside. So keep that in mind, and you need to sometimes give these moves a little bit of time to show their hand. And once they do, then you can trade appropriately. That's what I kind of do. I see like we're getting that rip back up. Let me see if I can find here some correlation with this move. So right now I'm gonna act as a retail trader, which I am obviously, but I'm gonna act as an unsophisticated retail trader, which means that I'm gonna create this trend line here, and we have this trend line that bounced once, bounced once and twice, and it kind of signals to retail traders like, oh look, we bounced right off the trend line. If we get weak here, this could rip this trend line. Because right now, a lot of retail traders are probably going long because it bounced here. Now, it could bounce here and continue going. But if I start seeing signs of weakness now, then I'm going to think that this was a manipulation off the trend line and going to spill over now that retail traders are going long. So I'm going to keep my eyes open here for a possible short entry. So I'm testing the waters here, guys, with a little short. My first TP would probably be at 884. I would say 884. So we get a little spill at 884, then we'll keep one on. All right, so look, he's picking up a little bit of strength here. I'm going to move my stops a little bit further down just to protect this position a little bit better. My stop's at 904. It's giving us about a 11-point move here. This current candle looks pretty strong, but she always wants to appear strong before losing her level. So we'll see. Keep in mind, guys, we're at all-time high, so taking a short is a pretty risky move. Only reason I'm doing it is because we have some single prints that we haven't completely filled yet. That's why I got my first TP very, very, how would I say, conservative. I'm going to go ahead and move my stops down to 900. And hope we get a little spillover here. Again, we got one of those candles, guys. One of those candles that I was explaining to you earlier. That we have this effort with zero result. And look at the spillover. Pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. All right, come on, baby. Tap that 884. You know you want to tap that 884. All right, there she goes. There she goes, guys. There she goes. All right, she's probably going to rip back up here. So let's see if we can't protect our position. All right, so we took the first win of the day, guys. 200 bucks there. Next TP, I'm thinking could be at 865. So we'll leave it here. She'll probably come back and stop and take me out first, though. Sell stop. We'll take another one there. Pretty crazy how this works, right, guys? Pretty crazy if you think about it. Market just loves manipulating. It's a manipulation machine. I think last Friday, guys, I didn't have the best of days. I did okay. I mean, I only lost a couple bucks. But I got to know when to stop trading an account. So now we have a lot of accounts now that we passed a lot of evals last week. So my new move is going to be to get to an account, get an account to a certain number, would be great. But I'm thinking if I take a nice win on an account, just move into the next account. Leave that account alone. If I take 2 losses in a row on an account, then I should probably move over to the next account too. I just don't want to overwork any one account, and I don't want to over profit any one account. I think we should move our stuff accordingly to all of our accounts. And I think that, cutting off around 1 o'clock would also be a really good idea. Also be a very good idea. So crazy how we got that spill right after we got that candle that I spoke about earlier, right? That's a crazy thing. That's a crazy thing how that happens. I feel like this is going to retest this 890 level again. So I might get stopped out. But I made a deal with myself that I'm going to protect my positions no matter what. And if I get stopped out, I can always re-enter. But I'm always going to protect my position. Because last week I tried the opposite. I tried to not protect my position because I was confident in the move. And it went against me pretty nasty. Caused me to have a pretty steep equity curve there. We did climb back from it, but it wasn't easy. It was not easy. Looks like she's coming back. Yeah, she might have just cleared out that zone first. Could be that she just cleared out that zone. Yeah, she's coming back for 890. She's coming back for these stop losses. So I'm going to probably take my profits there. I'll come back in. Might want to short her again. We'll see. What's up, Storm? Trump is to give a press statement from Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m. Wow, that's going to be big. My email didn't work? Okay. Dr. JC, you probably put a .com at the end. A lot of people do that. It's lewis@culture.estate. There is no .com at the end. Check if you put a .com. If you put a .com and then it didn't, it's not going to work. And if that email still doesn't work for you, then I'll give you my generic email. Yeah, almost everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people do that, man. That's kind of like the downside of having one of those cool emails. Okay, this move looks like it's picking up some steam here, guys. Now it could be manipulating back up. Doesn't necessarily have to keep going down in one direction. I'm glad we caught that short, but at the same time now it looks like it might be ripping back to all-time highs, and I think that's what it's probably doing here. Because let me show you why. Because this candle that we're getting right now is extreme volume for the buyers, and then after we got that last dump here, it was an extreme CVD candle. So when you have these small candles followed up by a big candle, that normally triggers a reversal. So I might be interested in even taking a long scalp here. You see how I can change my idea, guys? You have to do that a lot of times. You have to be able to stay on your toes. Like if you're in a trade and you see that the market might be reversing on you, get the hell out. You might be able to enter the opposite direction. All right, we're getting this 930 pump right now, guys. 930 pump. Let's see what happens. I'm glad we took profits. Even though if it was like $10, still paid for the commissions. We're starting to see some of those orders coming in. Big orders. Yeah, huge. Look at that, guys. We're about to hit 22,000. Going with that long scalp would have worked. That long scalp would have. Okay, there's an order at 925 we just blew through. Wow. Look at the power in this market. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, guys. This market's going for 22,000. The VIX right now is dumping. It looked like it was going to roll over anyway. I'm glad we took profits when we did. That I'll tune into that 11 o'clock press conference with Trump, guys. And this move did not have any trap. This move did not have any trap buyers at the very top. Take a look what I'm talking about here with this footprint chart. Most of the buyers or sellers at the very tip of that last candle were sellers, which could be. I mean, it still doesn't mean that we won't trap any buyers here because there's still plenty of buyers in this region. But chances are they're not done with this area just yet. We're getting a ton of volatility on the open. This is crazy. We had 3,600 buyers on this candle, this open candle. We're still getting a lot of buyers coming in. A lot of buy orders. This could get repumped right back up. This could get reinflated. Huge pump to the upside. Wow. We've got 4,400 buyers on this last 3-minute candle. Pretty strong stuff. Looks like we're moving away from those highs pretty quickly. This last candle looks like it had a lot of trap buyers, as you can see. This last candle looks like there's a lot of green at the top. Right there at 935. Let's go ahead and see what possibly we're getting from our pivot points. I'm sorry, not our pivot points, but our Elliott wave. Elliott wave thinks that that was a third leg of the Elliott wave, or possibly a 5. Third leg is the biggest leg of all. Could get a spillover this morning, guys. Very likely. We're setting up a lot of buyers here, trapping them pretty nicely here. There's huge orders coming in at the very tippity top. Huge orders. Let me show you guys that. Check this out, guys. 104 right here, just in this 926 area. If you ask me, the sellers are going to try to defend this zone because they do not want to let these buyers off the hook. So right now you see this candle turning purple. That means that it's absorbing all the buyers. Sellers are absorbing all the buyers right now. Could lead to a pretty nasty spill. Could lead to a pretty nasty spill. Yeah, I'm very likely could go down. Make your own, obviously make your own assessment, guys. It's just my idea, my thesis. Yeah, it looks like she's moving away from them. She wants nothing to do with them. She wants nothing to do with those trapped buyers up there. So my play would be this. If I was looking for a short here, I'd kind of like to see another run, maybe bounce off this trend line and another run back into these low 900s, or maybe even a 925s, 930s, and get shot down again by the sellers. Design knob shorted 923. Sue me if you want. No, dude, that's a good move. You got it. All right, let's see what happens here, guys. Let's see what happens here. No one's going to sue Design now for taking a short from there. I can't blame them. If I had bigger cojones, I'd probably take it myself. But it's a lot of volatility right now. A lot of volatility. Yeah, looks like she's going. Nice move, Design knob. My man's printing right now. All the signs are there, guys. All the signs are there. The only sign I haven't gotten yet is an overbought signal or an exhaustion candle yet. We did get absorption. We did get a huge spike in CVD volume to the upside. So we got a lot of the good, man. Protect your position, bud. We got a lot of the signals. Not necessarily the trifecta yet, but, or maybe quadflecta. Quadfecta. That's a cool name. That's a cool word. Just invented a word, guys. Yeah, so we're bouncing off the EMAs. We cleaned up some of the imbalances below us. So I was talking to Bull Bear after the stream last Friday, guys, and he was saying that it would be very beneficial to some traders to actually be on the voice channel on our Discord, because sometimes your ideas are easier to get out verbalizing them versus typing them. And the other thing too is it builds camaraderie. Obviously, it helps, you know, especially traders who feel like the impact of being, you know, solo a lot. And, you know, me going from being the broker of a real estate company and having agents stepping into my office nonstop, going from that to being in my office by myself nonstop, that's a pretty big culture shock, you know. So some guys need that camaraderie around them. I love it. That's why I'm doing this YouTube channel. So if you guys want that camaraderie and you want to feel like, you know, you're a part of something, feel free to jump in that voice channel and have at it, as long as you guys are respectful to each other. And have fun, man. Do what you got to do in there. And what I will be doing is around 12 o'clock every day, or most days, I might tune into the voice channel on the YouTube channel here, and give you guys an opportunity to talk about, you know, what you guys are seeing, what you guys have done, any wins or losses. And if anybody wants to share any valuable tools or any valuable trading techniques that they use, they can share their screen, and they can also educate if you're up for it. I know some guys are pretty, you know, timid when it comes to those things, or, you know, you're not really like brave to do that, you know, brave enough to do that. It's cool, you know. But if you are and you feel like you want to get this information out, that would be an opportunity that I would give you, just to keep things fresh on this channel. You know, we'll have a bunch of coaches like TopStep. Good morning, Tova. We'll have to rename ourselves Coach Knob and Coach Tova in order to do it, you know. But that's the price we pay. Good job, Design Knob. My man took some money out this morning. That is amazing. That's great, guys. We got 29 viewers already. That's pretty good for this time of day. Thank you guys for the likes also. That really helps the channel. So this could be an opportunity here to possibly get short, but this market is strong, guys. This market is very strong here. Very, very strong. I think this could have been a liquidity run here. But it's hard to say yet. Market's still very strong. I hate providing liquidity for a market when I'm too early to a move, so we're going to be patient. We're going to be patient here, guys. We did leave a lot of imbalances behind on this last pump to the upside. It wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world to come back and refill them like we're doing right now. Yeah, even though we're at all-time highs, I feel exactly as you do, Vladimir. I feel like we're just setting everybody up for failure. I feel like we're just setting the market up, teeing the market up to just clobber it down the 9 into the woods and maybe into the sand trap or the alligator pit. I think that's what's going to happen. News in 2 minutes, guys. At 9:45, we got some news coming out. So that news may also knock this market down a bit. Design knob, we got some pretty clean bounces this morning off the 21 on your 1430 tick chart, as you can see here. Pretty clean bounces in here. Pretty clean bounces earlier off the 9, I think you said, right? I think that's a 9. Right now, it looks like that 21 is also acting as support too. We'll see if it holds up or not. So I got my hotkeys working, guys. That's exciting. That's pretty exciting. Design Up says, I think I'm done going short for the moment. In hindsight, that was an awful thing to do, even though it turned out well. Yeah, I think so. When I said I was going to take that long scalp earlier, I should have jumped on it as soon as I said that, as soon as I saw that candle turning from blue to green. That would have been a nice trade. But still a risky one. I mean, any trades around 9:30 are risky, no matter whether you're going short or long, because the market doesn't act rationally during those times. You know, you can be completely right on the move and get worked out just because the volatility is crazy. That's why if I'm not in a trade already at 9:30, I don't look for one right away unless it's like a tee up and no brainer. But usually you don't really see those. I think I'm going to start taking the slow and steady approach, guys, because trying to get there too quickly ends up hurting me in the end. Like me trying to trade 20 accounts at once, you know, I thought that was a good idea, and it kind of was. I mean, it's a way to limit your risk because you only have to take small trades. But when you go on tilt with 20 accounts, that's pretty crazy. That's something that our risk management department would not agree with. Look at that. Look at this. 9:45 news is definitely bringing more volatility in. Let's see what's happening. Give us some news here. All right, guys. So it looks like 9:45 news brings us negative news right here on flash manufacturing PMI. We got a 48.3 versus a 49.4 expected. And flash services PMI came in hot at 58.5 versus a 55.7 expected. Let's see what this does. This is actual or greater than forecast is good for the currency, so that's bad for the market. And then for flash manufacturing PMI, actual or greater than forecast is good for the currency. So it looks like we got a mixed bag here, guys. Got a pretty mixed bag. That's why we're probably seeing so much volatility in both directions. So we'll see what Jerome Powell does with this information. All right. All right, let's see. We've got, we don't have a poor high. Got a pretty nasty wick on the upside, to be honest. 950 is our new all-time high, guys. That's pretty insane. We might have support now in this previous all-time high at 913. Design Up thinks that I will still get a dump. Yeah, Romana, that's all of us, man. I think once you're in front of the chart for too long, that FOMO starts to kick in. But when you first get started early in the day and you've got your wits about you still, slow and steady, slow and steady. I think that's going to be the name of the game in 2025 for me. Santa don't care about PMI. neither do your kids. Your kids still got to eat. They don't care about any news. They just want to make sure they get fed. So we got to make do whether the market goes up or down. We got to figure it out. Okay, we're getting a lot of positive CVD in this morning, guys. A lot of positive CVD. And we just got a spike in volatility to the upside. So that might end up doing something. So we have a little bit of a lagging YM and ES, says Design Up. They're appearing weaker. So we'll find out soon enough who is right, whether it's the Nasdaq or if it's the other indices. We're still getting some big moves to the upside. When I say big moves, I mean big orders. We're getting big orders to the upside. Some shorts coming in now. Could be trapping a lot of longs, man. I don't know who in their right mind would be longing this move, but again, I don't even know who would be shorting this move either, because it's pretty risky either way. But definitely wouldn't be longing here. I definitely wouldn't be longing all-time highs. I would long retracements on all-time highs, but not the all-time high itself. That's pretty crazy. I mean, I guess some people want the clout and saying, yeah, I long the all-time high and I'm still stuck in my trade 2 weeks later. I don't know. Is that a cool thing to tell your friends? CC says he's waiting for a better setup, bad price action. Yeah, I'm on board with you guys. I think this right now is inconclusive of where it wants to go. We're using big words now, guys. We're going to be like Don King up in here. So, guys, at church this weekend on Sunday, my pastor said something, a verse right out of the Bible, out of Proverbs, that really kind of resonated with me as a trader. And I think it would benefit some of you as well to hear this advice, this logic coming from Proverbs, which is one of the best places to check into when you're having a bad moment in life. So Proverbs 17:22 says, "A cheerful heart is good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones." So how many times have we had how many times have we had a crushed spirit when trading, right? You can probably name every week you've probably had a crushed spirit, right? But a joyful heart or cheerful heart, I think some of the translations use the word joy also, but a cheerful heart or joyful heart will is the best medicine. So if you're having a bad trade or a bad day or a bad week or bad month, in my case, you know, a bad everything, because, you know, I'm not profitable yet, I'm still learning. If I'm beating myself up about it and I am crushed in spirit and my spirit says like, dude, you suck, like you'll never be a good trader, like this is gonna be a prophecy that I'm gonna self-fulfill. But if you're joyful about the experience, the journey, like I'm happy, guys. Like I'm so happy right now. It reminds me of when I first got into real estate. When I first got into real estate, I was so happy, not making any money at all. I was the happiest guy in the world that I was able to drive around, meet new people, go different places. And that led to being a very successful businessman in the real estate world. And I did it for 20 years. And the same feeling I get now where, yeah, I suck. I'm not consistent. I'm still looking for my kind of my groove, my flow, but I'm joyful about it, you know, and I'm sure and I see on Twitter or on X a lot of times that there's guys out there that are complaining about their journey and complaining about their results. And they're just going to continue down that same path. But then there's guys who are very happy about their results, whether win, lose, or fail, and they post everything and they end up doing well. So hopefully I take that path too. But I think that some of you guys may have needed to hear that a cheerful heart is good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones. So hopefully you guys don't have the crushed spirit today. And if you are, hopefully that helps you out a bit. Let's hope we don't have a crushed P&L too. That also dries up the wallet. No worries, Del Ray Trading. That's what I'm here for, man. I want to provide knowledge any way I can. All right, we got a pretty big spike up in CVD, guys. Pretty big here. This move is so damn strong. CVD is just increasing from candle to candle on our 3-minute here. Pretty darn strong. Let me see if I could go down to our 1-minute and see if I see anything different. Just spotting a lot of strength here. $12-minute looks absolutely out of control. Buyers are coming in like crazy right now. Everyone's buying this. This is being bought up like crazy. Here, let me show you guys what I mean. Look at this. This is nuts. There's huge buy orders coming in everywhere. Would you guys prefer I keep the 1-minute on my chart or the 3-minute? I'm on the fence about it. They both provide good and bad. 3 is a little bit of a lagger. 1-minute sometimes provides too much information. I got the 1-minute up right now, my right hand side. This is our 3-minute. Sorry. Oops, sorry about that. This is our 3-minute. Ejecto says 2-minute. That's not a bad idea. We broke the 15-minute opening range and the 10 o'clock shock is in play. It's almost 10 o'clock, isn't it? We did, right? So now the all-time high at 951, is that going to act as a support for a different reason now because it was our opening range? Or maybe if it comes back into the opening range, we could see a move back down. So the Elliott wave theory tells us that if we are to go to a 1 on Fibonacci, that would bring us to 22,023, and a 1.618 would bring us to 22,111. So it's anyone's guess here. Anyone's guess. Starting to see a little bit of that absorption here, guys, that I continuously been talking to you guys about this morning. We've got a pretty big amount of, sorry. No. All right, so we got a pretty big amount of effort here on this candle. This 954 candle, we got a pretty big amount of effort with very little result at all. So would that now trigger a short? Looks like it is. It looks like it's triggering a short. Who's got the cojones to short this? Anybody? Anybody? Any takers? Any takers? Just short of 22,000? Going once, going twice? Anybody? Yeah, I don't blame you guys. I do not blame you guys. I do not like trading all-time highs. This is rough, and I agree. I agree, Tova. I'm not going to be pressing any buttons. I'm not going to press any buttons. I promise. What I will press though is what I would like to press is some paper trades here. Let's take some paper trades. Okay, we're paper trading. All right. All right. Let's go with. Yeah, we have two contracts on right now. We'll stick with two. Yeah, that's why these shorts are very risky. Look, we saw some weakness being bought right back up. Now, some of you who are new here to the channel would be asking yourself, why is the market continuously going up even though it's so overbought? Well, the reason is because people keep shorting this move. And if you keep shorting this move, then what happens is that this region now is going to have a ton of buy orders. So because we have a ton of buy orders in here, the market makers are like, so you guys want to pay even more for the NQ? So we just bought it in here at 944, and now you guys are willing to buy it from us at 975? Are you serious? Okay, let's buy it up, guys. Let's buy it up. Here you go. Take it. And then as they take it, those become buy orders again, and then it moves the market even higher to the next level. And then they repeat the same process over and over again until people run out of money. Crazy, right? How that works? That's the principle behind it. In case you guys are new here and you haven't heard it explained that way before. I know it took me a couple years to understand that principle. But it's just logic. And that's the way that the market makers use our weaknesses against us. Actually, no, let me keep that on there. That's how to use our weaknesses against us, because sometimes when we think we're using logic, we're actually not thinking about what's actually happening in the market. And there they go. They're ripping some more stop losses. And we got a little bit of a pump right after we got over this level. Pretty crazy. Buy low, sell high, guys. Remember that. That's the principle you got to remember. Buy low, sell high. There he goes. That long scalp I was thinking about this morning would have turned out to be a heck of a trade. Hermano went long at 945. Good man. So you went long off the 8 here at 956. Very good, very good. Nice move, my brother. If you want to be conservative about it, keep your eye on this 21,996 level, as that is the 1 on the Fibonacci scale. Is today going to be the 22,000 day, says Tova. It's only 9 points away, guys. 9 points away. Let's see if Fibonacci is correct at 996, or will we get the 22,000? Armana has the trade of the morning right now. But I'm buying in at 945. Germans are just built differently, man. They are. They're just built differently. You've got that German precision about you. Going in long at 945. That's a nice trade. So far, that 945 is up approximately 45 points. Very nice move, man. Very nice move. If we make it to 22,000, that would be 54 points. I'd leave a runner for 22,000. That's not out of control. That's not unheard of. Not unheard of at all. Oh man, guys, this is I mean, don't get me wrong, I like seeing all-time highs, right? It's a good thing, I guess. I don't know if it's a good thing unless you're in a long, but it's making for some pretty boring morning for us mortals who are not in. Let's see what else is going on in the market. What are the rest of the markets doing? So right now, Bitcoin is trading at 105,775, and that's off of our record highs that was set overnight, I think, at 106,800. That's pretty crazy, guys. 106,800, well, almost 107. ETH is at 39.26, not doing as well as Bitcoin, but that broke to 4,000 overnight. Crude oil is trading at 70.86. Gold is at 2,674. Let's see what else we got. See if there's any big winners right now. Coinbase is up big, 4%. Google's up almost 2%. Mara's up 6.5%. Tesla's still pumping, guys. Tesla is still pumping at 440. Armana's out. Armana's out. Good run, brother. Kind of glad to see XRP down, though. We did sell a big chunk of it at 260. So right now it's at 236. Looking to buy back in maybe at around $1.50 if we can make it back down there. Link's doing really well, though. Link's up to $30. Pretty cool. The market is definitely moving, guys. The market is definitely moving. So did you guys see the drama unfold between Patrick Wieland and Rips? Did you guys see that? It looks like Patrick found like an old mugshot of Rips from some kind of I don't know what that was. Some kind of I don't know what kind of crime it was, but it was some financial crime, I think, or something. I don't know. He was I think acquitted of it, or charges were dropped. But Rips took it pretty emotionally. He wrote like a big old novel in response on X. I don't know, maybe I'll find it and I'll show you guys. But a lot of drama going on, man. Too much drama, says Vladimir. So I think, to be honest with you guys, man, I just think Patrick is a very hurt individual. He says it a lot of times in his videos, and I think he really does just need peace. His mother and his brother both died of drug-related overdoses, I believe, and he's a very hurt person, man. And I think he just finds I don't know if he finds like some kind of peace in bringing others down, but it seems like a continuing theme with him. And I think the guy's just a hurt individual crying out for help. He has no one to tell him he's doing good. You know, his mother, I'm sure, probably never really had the opportunity to tell him she's proud of him. And maybe he makes himself feel better by trying to be the best at something because he doesn't really have anyone to tell him he's doing good. I mean, he's not a child, but guys, we never grow out of a child mindset. I have an older brother who has middle child syndrome, and he's 50 something years old, and he still has middle child syndrome. You know, so I mean, I don't think you ever really grow out of these kind of traumas, right? I don't know. Crazy though. He does attack everyone. He started with ICT, then he moved over to his ICT students. Now he's ripping everybody at TopStep. It's crazy. I don't know if he's doing it for attention or if he's a hurt individual, but they're getting attention, both of them. So I guess they're both winning. At the end of the day, they're both winning. And Zorobon took the short from 21,982. Right now, he might be pooping bricks because this market seems to still want to go higher. Unreal. Looks like that market came down to 969, 970. Right, bouncing right off the 8 again. You know, if I was in a long, if this market did not pierce the 8, I probably would not get out. That is a heck of a strong move. She is losing a little steam though, I'm not going to lie. Look at the CVD, it's decreasing here on our Renko charts. We had 3,800 on this initial move. Then here we drop down considerably. And then here we drop down a little more. We are losing a little bit of steam. So we'll see what happens. Zorobon took a small profit. Hank Day wants to know, did you guys roll over to the new contract? No. When are you guys going to roll over to the new contract? I think I think TradingView does it automatically, so I don't have to worry about that. But I think on Tradeify you may have to change it yourself. I think this Friday, right? Ninja Trades does it automatically. Okay, cool. I'm not sure if Tradeify does, because I have to put in the contract name on Tradeify. When is the rollover? Because usually a few days before rollover, guys, the price action is horrible. Price action is garbage. It's just literally garbage. Last rollover, I got hammered. I was doing so well, and I got hammered that week. I was trading in my personal account, and I went from being like 400% in profit to like giving all my profit back and then going into the red on my account, which was demoralizing. Looks like we're getting a rejection here. Looks like we're getting a rejection. On the 2 minute, looks like it's getting pretty rejecty. Still, I think the smart thing to do here is hold off on these shorts until we have, well, at least myself, until we're trading underneath the VWAP maybe. I think that's one thing Gus implemented into my mind, that we're at all-time highs. Lay off the shorts until after we're under the VWAP. I'm sure there'll be plenty of shorting opportunities at that point. But it's just so tempting. Look at this, guys. So tempting. We've got these 3 wicks right up here. Check this out. We've got these 3 wicks right up here in our 2 minute, and look how juicy these wicks look, guys. Like, they just want to get, like, just put it in order, like, because, you know, there's guys up here that are selling. They'll protect you, don't worry. They'll protect you. So let's look at our order flow and see if what's happening here. Oof. Oof. Look at the strength. Yeah, let's check out this order flow here. We had a big move, 13 shorts, then 18 longs. That's the cause that pump right there. When you don't have many people that are willing to sell to you, a small order could pump it pretty fast. This market's moving pretty nastily. Nastily is a word. Yeah, we're getting buyers coming in still. Looks like they might have been trapped here, because this is another nasty wick. Remember this region I highlighted here? I feel like there is a strong sell wall here. I think there's a pretty strong sell wall there, and I don't know if it's going to hold, but right now it's looking really, really strong. Zorba wants to sell these rallies. Tom Reddington says, hi, I put in 2 on my Renko at the bar, are coming out too fast. What's your setting? I have a 2 also on a 3-minute. Do you have it set on a 3-minute? And if you think you don't, if it's not looking right to you, then change it to ATR, to average true range. Maybe you'll like that better. But maybe you have it on a 1-minute. I have it on set on 3-minute right now. Welcome, Tom Reddington. I haven't seen your name, but it looks like you're new here. Welcome, brother. This is so tempting, so I'm going to sell the hell out of it here on paper. Let's go ahead and sell this puppy. There we go. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Paper boss here. What do they call it? Demo ball? No, demo baller? Yeah, I'm a demo baller. I'm the demo baller, guys. ICT ain't got nothing on me. So if we hit the 952 area, which I think is very likely we do, we will make 880 imaginary dollars. And if we lose this range here, we'll lose 570 imaginary dollars. So let's see which one we would have had if we actually would have taken this trade. Let's see if our thesis and theories are correct. Looks like people are buying this move still. There's still too much volatility going on here. If you're a scalper, this is great price action, because it's kind of giving both sides an opportunity here to make money. Cool, Tom. I'm glad that helped you out. All right, so we're getting that move in the direction that I expected. So I'm going to go ahead and modify my stop loss here to break even. Just trying to play this like I would normally in a real live setting. And we're getting that dump as I expected. And let's see if the previous all-time high here at 950 will hold. Looks like that she will. Let's see. We're bouncing right off the 21. Sorry, guys. I'm going to clean this chart up a little bit. I know you guys are probably like, what the heck is this guy doing here? I got Elliott Wave. I got EMAs. Chart's getting kind of crowded. We got it, guys. We got 880 imaginary doll hairs. ICT ain't got nothing on me, baby. It went right through my level, but it didn't seem to close. All right, there we go. Are we up to 4 million yet? We're up to $3,980 and $676. We're almost there, guys. We need a $20,000 profit to get us to 4 million. Maybe we'll do that today. We're finding a little support here on the previous high. Wouldn't be surprised if it made another run for the moon. In hindsight, that was a pretty low risk trade, in my opinion. That's pretty low risk. If we come up here to test this area again, which I'm sure we might, because we have imbalances, and we might come to test this area again. It could be, it could get rejected again. I wouldn't be surprised. The Renkos are currently now trading under the EMA. This could trigger a trend reversal. We touched the 15-minute opening range high and bounced. It bounced. We may be able to get a short again. Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to manipulate this area a little bit more. So one single bounce off of it seems almost too easy. So I'm thinking, you know, if we get a little bit of a move back up here to maybe 980, I could be looking to enter a short again. Usually she doesn't make things that easy for anybody. Check this candle out, guys. I want to show you something. Check this candle out here on my 1 minute at 10:14 a.m. This 10:14 candle, doji, hammer, maybe you want to call it, down here at 10:14, we get this. Good volume, good effort, result is almost non-existent. What happens after that? We get the spillover. I'm telling you guys, these things repeat over and over again. Not coincidental at all. Not coincidence, guys. It ain't a coinky dink. Unless you believe in coinky dinks, then that's different. All right, she's creating a little bit of a channel here. She did just break down into the 15-minute range, back into the 15-minute range. And I don't see any signs of support until we get down to 913. But if she's just manipulating right now, she could bounce off this trend line if she's just manipulating, which would line up pretty well with this spike in volume here back at 953. Crazy how this box we created up here. It looks like we do have some resting orders back here. It was just kind of like hard for buyers to get through. They were trying. They were definitely trying. We had some huge spikes in volume here, but they did not get through. Volatility is kicking back up to where we started the day off at, around 14.57, 14.6. Yeah, I knew we were going to be bouncing off of this trend line. I just felt it. I felt we were going to bounce off this trend line. I think we might bounce off this trend line, guys, and test 980 again. That's very likely. Zorban, if you missed a short, make an argument for the opposite trade. Look at the chart right now and make an argument for the opposite bias and see if you can find one. If you can't find one, look at my chart. What's up, Hank Day? So what was my argument for the shorts at the 2-minute wicks? So my reasoning up here is that whenever you see an area like this that's getting rejected once, twice, 3 times with these wicks like that, that means there is an iceberg order there. There's a strong seller there that keeps pushing that price down. So when you see that, taking a short from here and making your stop loss right up here is a very defined, cheap short. I should have taken this, but just my this little voice in the back of my head named Tova, and the other little voice named Gus is telling me never short all-time highs unless we get down to a very confirmative area, I guess you want to call it, maybe under the EMAs or under the VWAP. So even though these are low risk trades in normal standards and normal setting, at all-time highs, these could really hurt you, because buyers right now are strong because they keep pushing price back up like they're doing right now. They keep pushing price back up because they know there's liquidity up here. They know that there's people who are willing to buy from them here. So that's why I said that we could be bouncing from this trend line, which we did. I didn't take the long. I missed it because I'm an idiot. I wanted to take this long here. And I even told Zorban to look at his chart to see if he can make an argument for the opposite, because there is liquidity here, which means the market doesn't want to go higher. So any opportunity they get, they take. So here they manipulated us into thinking we're going back into the range, which we did. And remember what I said, they haven't manipulated this area enough. What they just did, they overshot it. They came back in here where it shows that sellers were absorbing buyers, so it looked very bearish. And then the next candle is this rocket to the moon. So that's the kind of stuff you got to look out for. Is like, okay, we're playing 4D chess with the market here. What do they want us to think and what they're actually doing are two different things. So that's kind of why we look at that. So now we're back in this range, which I wouldn't be shorting right now with this much rocket fuel behind me. I would see if this gets past this level, and if it does, that means that it's going to crush whatever standing orders there are in here, and it's going to go for this area now, the 22,000 region, because it wants that liquidity. It wants those orders in order to be able to sell into them at higher prices. Will the down continue? Maybe. I don't know. That's anyone's guess. This could end up becoming a trend day. We could go to 23,000 today. Who knows? You know, so it's hard to say. It's could end up being a rip your face off trend day, or we could reverse now. You know, those are all valid arguments to make. CVD here did spike pretty nasty. A lot of times this could signal reversal too. So, you know, taking a short is not out of the question. If Zorban is like shorts only right now, this could be an area to take a look at, but this could be a region to look at here with a very defined stop loss. You know, it could end up being something. Be right back, guys. man, she's right where we left her. She hasn't moved a point. She hasn't moved a single point. Yeah, there she goes, blowing right through that level. Yeah, people are buying this up. So in 30 minutes, Trump is going to be speaking, guys. So the market could have a little bit of consolidation between now and then. I wonder if he's going to address the drone situation. I'm thinking he will. $22,000 is right around the corner. Currently, right now, the ES is up 0.34% at 6,076. The NQ is just a rocket ship right now, up almost a point on the day, 0.9192. The Russell is up 0.5% at 2361, and the YM is barely above break even at 43,903. The dollar index is at 106, flat on the day, 0.99, almost 107. Strong dollar we got. Yeah. Ay, ay. There she goes, guys. 5 points away from 22,000. This is a historic moment here, guys. The NQ has never been this high in our lifetime. Since the day anyone here on this live stream has been born, we have never seen a Nasdaq this high. And there we go, 22,000, just like that. 22,000. I don't suspect too many of you guys are long right now, but if you were, congrats. All right, what will she do now? What will she do now? She's got a pretty steep curve there, or a pretty steep incline, I should say. This could be called a double top. 1 second, guys. Oof. 20,000, 22,010. 22,010. Nice. I suspect a lot of you guys are just sitting back and watching this, man. I don't blame you. Sometimes watching is the right thing to do. All right, so since we're just chilling here, let's check out what's going on in the world of X. I'll let you guys know if I see something on the charts, but until then, let's enjoy some news here. Yeah, I saw this video. This is one of the drone videos where one drone approached the other drone and completely knocked it out of the sky. I'm not sure if you guys saw this. Check this out. When this drone knocks the other drone right out of the sky. I mean, I don't know if it's aliens, but it's definitely some technology that we don't know about. Let me see if I can fast forward this a little bit. Oh, it's almost coming up. And one drone is moving a heck of a lot faster than the other drone. They're right now they're close to each other, and there it goes, falling right out of the sky. Crazy. Yeah, that was pretty insane. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Oh, now Elon Musk seems to be a little more vocal about these things. He wasn't saying a word about them for a while. This is pretty funny. Check this out. So this is a drone. This is a drone. This is a drone. This is a drone. Drone, 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 drone. These are all drones. And then this is an Iranian mothership. That's pretty funny. We just had a lot of buyers go long on this last candle. Pretty insane. I don't think the double top is relevant anymore. Okay, guys, let's check this out. It's pretty interesting. Most of us here are guys. So this is the Miss France 2025 winner. This is Miss France. And this is the runner-up. What do you guys think? I'll let you guys vote. Put a 1 in the chat if you're going with Miss France that won. Or put a 2 in the chat if you think this one should have been a little bit more of a serious contender here. I'm not sure. How do you guys feel? I'll remain unbiased on that and let you guys decide. George Stephanopoulos is on the run after being ordered to pay a jaw-dropping $15 million to Donald Trump. George has deleted his X account and fans are unable to reach or find him. Yeah, I think it's just the beginning and the tip of the iceberg of what Trump's going to do to everyone who tried to ruin him. Yeah, this was pretty interesting that Michael Saylor said the U.S. should dump all of its gold and then buy Bitcoin. It says, then the trade will be free and you will demonetize the entire gold asset class, and our enemies hold gold in their banks, so their assets would go to zero. Our assets would go to $100 trillion. I don't think that's true. Yeah, everyone's saying too. I don't think that's true. I think that if you sell all of your gold, which is a tangible asset that you can use in electronics, that has a value, that's rare to mine, it's hard to get. If you sell all of your gold onto the market, yeah, you'll crash the price temporarily until the market recuperates and that gold gets taken off the market, and you're going to artificially increase the price of Bitcoin. Well, not artificially, but you'll increase the price of Bitcoin, but you're the last one buying it up to that point. So you're buying in at the absolute top, and you're making gold drop to its absolute bottom. And every other country that holds gold as reserves will buy it up, and eventually their gold will go back to being worth what it is. And then the United States will not have any gold, which is not a smart thing because it is a natural resource that we need for other than just monetary value. I think it's the dumbest thing Michael Saylor has ever said. It's either the most genius thing anyone has ever come up with or the dumbest thing anybody has ever come up with. And obviously he would love that, because then he would sell right into the United States. This guy could easily, Michael Saylor could easily become the world's richest man if something like that were to occur. They hold so much Bitcoin, and he holds so much stock in his company that it's basically like the equivalent of holding Bitcoin almost. He could easily become one of the world's richest people, or become the world's richest person if something like that were to happen. Yeah, let's stay in our lane, says. I just found a new Christmas game. That's pretty cool. So people are getting the Roomba, tying a knife to the Roomba, and seeing what balloon the Roomba will pop first. And then they get the money that's on top. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool game. I mean, I don't have a Roomba. I think my wife would like one, but whatever. Let's get back to these charts. I think we're getting some price action right now. All right. So right now we're getting a few candles here on our lower time frames. And a few candles here on our lower time frames. And I think we might have created a poor high too. No, we don't have a poor high. All right, so we're getting a few candles here on our lower time frames here that are showing a little bit of stalling out. A little bit of a stall. We had a huge spike in volume here, CVD volume to the upside. I'd be interested in possibly entering another short here, even though we're our all-time highs. We're going to sell this puppy with some paper. And we're going to TP. Let's TP at the 21. That's a pretty generous thing in a market like this. A 21 would be nice and generous. Again, guys, we got that doji hammer candle here. Our indicator down here is telling us that we had a lot of volume, or a good amount of effort, with very little to show for it. And then what do we get right after that? We get this candle. I like it. I like it, guys. I like it a lot. See, when all your confirmations line up, it's easy to trade. When all your confirmations and your stars are aligned, you get this. And now we'll move her to break even here. And we'll just chill and collect them sweet, sweet paper dollars, guys. That sweet paper cash. Might get stopped out here, but at least it was worth a good try. Yeah, she's coming back to rip us. She's coming back to rip us, guys. To rip us a new one. I'm going to add to this trade here if we go red again. The yellow candle means that buyers are absorbing sellers temporarily. I just added another 2 contracts on here, so we're on for 4. And now we'd make about 1370 if we hit our TP, and we still have a break even. Pretty crazy day here, guys. Pretty crazy day. Donald Trump is set to speak in about 17 minutes, so I think we'll just chill till then. Oh, stopped out. All right, so we created some gaps on our chart here. What I mean here is that we have some single prints. 982. We got single prints there. We got single prints here. Price action looks like it might be setting up for another short here. Says Hank says ES is holding with Tesla if it can only get weaker for the shorts. Also, Nvidia held trendline support on the daily. Armana says, so you guys have a good day. I am going to Tim Hortons, then to Costco. Sounds like fun, brother. Some present shopping. Yeah, it's never too late. See you guys tomorrow. Stopping with 56 points plus. Good job, Romana. Great day today, man. Great day on the charts. Great day on the charts. So the VIX is dropping again. This could lead to further pumping. If I don't see anything that really just pops out at me, I'm just going to sit tight until after 11. This could have made for a decent short here. Just wasn't in love with it. Our point of control has shifted to about 903. Let's go ahead and move that. So did everything else. Our value area low and our value area high have also shifted. Value area high is now at 22,020. And our value area low is now sitting at 21,892. Very close to the POC. So a lot of areas there that we could see support off of if we come down. All right, there's a drop. There's a drop. I think the market is not that. It's pretty balanced right now. Looking like shorts are actually working. They're working a little bit. $10.51 right now. Not much going on. Shorts aren't looking too bad. Shorts are not looking too bad at all. I do think that target is there for those single prints down to 975. What's up, Crown? How you doing, bud? Interesting. Was about to say 971. Yeah, the reason I say that is because of the we have single prints in here. So when you have single prints, it doesn't mean it's going to bounce from there, but it definitely, to me, means that they're going to get refilled soon. So either it could blow right through here, or it could bounce either before it, after it. Could be an area it could bounce, but it could blow right through it. Could blow right through it, guys. So right now, I want to bring your attention to something like this. Remember this, guys. Remember this. That's what she's doing. Nice target could be down here too. Be a pretty decent target. She could reverse right now. Yeah, something to aim for is right. Let's see if we can jump over, guys, to the, let me know if you guys can hear this, okay? Yeah, let's see if you guys can hear this. Let me know if you can hear it. Let me know if you guys can hear that, that audio. If not, I'm going to turn on the audio now. Can you guys hear the audio? If you can't, then I'm going to turn it on now. I just want to warn you guys, it might be a little loud. I'm going to pause the Spotify audio for now. Getting another pump here. I don't think you guys can hear the audio, right?
On the phone, gets on the horn, as they say, and flies down to Mar-a-Lago.
Can you guys hear the audio now?
Saying, President Trump, please do not do this.
And, you know, again, that's what's so brilliant about President Trump ensuring foreign policy security, domestic tranquility with the use of economics.
Is the audio
because I think
clear?
you're going to
Is it
see
too
some
low? Is it
changing
too
in the
high?
maps in the Western Hemisphere come the next 4 years. Of course, we highlighted last night some of the struggles with United Kingdom and some of the movements of reunifying Ireland, perhaps something that could happen with Northern Ireland
okay, so
coming
you guys
back
can hear
into the Republic and
the Trump
unifying
audio
all
here,
36 counties of Ireland. Of
He'll be
course,
live
Scotland,
in
the
3
Free
minutes.
Scotland movement, which failed roughly a decade ago, they're now discussing that again because inflation is out of control in London, the central economic hub of the United Kingdom. So you can have a situation of London and Wales being the only two countries inhabiting the United Kingdom, and then that creates a vacuum of security because those waters over the top of Scotland, many UK bases are there. Would they stay there? Would they be forced to leave? We would have to see, and that's why you need people like Nigel Farage and President Trump who really know geopolitical struggles and have been in the room where it happens to make sure that our Western way of life is protected.
It's pretty wild to see Nigel Farage, how he is the leader of Reform UK, and that is after him leading the Brexit movement, which I saw a meme the other day. The original Brexit was back in 1776. Quite interesting to think of it that way. But back to the point here that Nigel Farage saw what happened with MAGA, saw what happened with President Trump. And so indirectly, Reform UK is MAGA UK version.
Right.
Because it's all about common sense, conservatism, freedom for the people, and the rights for the people there. It would be great to see, as you mentioned last night, Nigel Farage as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Now, we're talking about all this because we are very pro-freedom here at this network, and we just love seeing that happen. Who doesn't want that? We want that personally. This isn't just a talking point. We really love it, and are really glad President Trump will be taking that oath of office in 35 days from now.
Coming up very fast. And remember, the 119th Congress, also just around the corner, January 3rd. They will overlap with the outgoing lame duck administration as well, where we will have a very slim Republican majority in the House and, relatively robust with 53 seats in the Republican caucus for the Senate. And we will see how that interacts with, on the legislative side of President Trump really enacting his policies. And I think he has that 2-year window. I think he understands that, to really drive through as much reform as possible. And he's someone who's indicated he wants to do this as much as possible legislatively, the appropriate way. But there are areas like in immigration where executive orders can and will be signed on day one.
Yes, they will. And that was discussed as well in that Time magazine interview, which is a lengthy interview, but a good one to read. All right, so we are approaching the top of the hour here on this Monday, December 16th, 2024, as we await President Trump right there to take that podium any minute from now. Before we go to that, Birch Gold Group, text Trump to 989898. You got a free info kit on gold, silver, precious metals, tax-sheltered IRA, 401k. Always great to invest in gold, silver, precious metals. A great company there, Birch Gold Group. And that Christmas silver giveaway, that coin there, that's the American Eagles coin. By December 20th, that offer will end on December 20th. So you have to make a purchase with Birch Gold Group in order to get that coin there. So text Trump to 989898. It has just struck 11 a.m.
Who do you guys think can move the market the most?
Alongside Bobby McNeely here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us live. For those of you that watched our coverage last night from the New York Young Republican Club Gala, that was quite awesome. Steve Bannon, Nigel Farage, Corey Lewandowski, Dan Scavino Jr., and President Trump made an appearance through the cell phone calling Dan Scavino Jr. So that was pretty awesome to see that. And if you're just joining us as well, an update, Alex Brusewitz is doing fine. That, according to Jack Posobiec, who was there last night and spoke with him backstage. Raheem Kassam as well, who did a great job emceeing. What a great job.
It's a great role. I've been an MC on multiple occasions at conferences and fun political events, and Raheem is one of the best out there. So much energy and a very funny gentleman as well, and he's done so much for the movement. Another Reform UK member and someone, he actually highlighted how enthusiastic and fun American patriotism is, especially compared to the United Kingdom. But hopefully they can bring that back as well, with that national identity being reclaimed. And that's so much of just, again, the common sense you're talking about, Matthew, where Nigel Farage is not someone who is bitter about what happened 248 years ago. I've sat in speeches hearing from him at different events, and a wonderful member of parliament. Of course, he was representing Britain in the European Parliament before Brexit for many, many years. And he said, I love America and I love the United Kingdom, and we are the beacons of hope for the world. So go our nations. So goes really the hope and prosperity of the world. And that's no exaggeration.
Another nation that we love, I mean, we could name a number of them, of course, but let's go with Israel. We know that Mike Huckabee is going to be the ambassador to Israel, so that's awesome to see that. On top of that, the Abraham Accords, maybe they'll be extended to other member nations in that area. I mean, everything for peace and to stop the killing. That is President Trump right there. He says it in that Time magazine interview several times. He wants peace and he wants the killing to stop, regardless of which war it is, Ukraine, Russia, or Israel and the terror groups around. So we're looking forward to a lot of great changes to happen. And again, I mentioned this yesterday, but on our Road to 47 show, we've had about 5 episodes of those if you'd like to watch. But the point is, I kept saying the golden age is going to start, January 20th. And President Trump on Truth Social said the golden age has already begun. And we've seen that. I mean, he has been traveling and seeing a number of heads of state out there in France, but also having people at Mar-a-Lago. I believe Viktor Orban was recently there. So, so he's already working on all of that. Obviously, with that transition process, the presidential transition process of all the cabinet appointees and administrative picks.
And, look at his meeting with President Joe Biden in the Oval Office. It was really a rather stark contrast. You have to ask why they were throwing out so much political rhetoric of him being a Nazi or a fascist. Then it was, hey, welcome back, Donald. All of a sudden, this person is such a threat to democracy, in Joe Biden's words. Why are you welcoming him with open arms? And then, of course, Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, at Notre Dame at the cathedral with President Trump, seeming to have nice rapport and a lovely conversation, which did not take place on Veterans Day, sadly, with Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff and the current vice president. There was very cold body language, and it's something we have to analyze here, not speculate, but clearly analyze here as political commentators and reporters, and that's part of the business. And something interesting happening there in those rankings, and that's for history. We'll judge that in due time to see how those relationships really panned out. But I think President Trump being very gracious, considering the names that were thrown in his direction.
Exactly. So we're going to hear a number of news items that will come out of today's press conference. As soon as President Trump takes the podium, we'll be going there live. And then any Q&A that happens, we'll see what may develop or happen through the Q&A session there. We do know, and if you're just joining us, we did report on this a bit ago, but there's a report that we're following here. The SoftBank CEO will announce a $100 billion investment in the United States with President-elect Donald Trump today at Mar-a-Lago, aiming to create 100,000 American jobs, that according to CNBC. But we're hearing that the investment will reportedly focus on AI and its related support infrastructure. So
fantastic.
We see a lot of things developing in the AI sector and industry, a lot of great things. Some people are concerned about other things that could possibly happen with AI, but I understand that, as my personal opinion on that, right? We want great things to happen with AI, especially with this situation. But hopefully nothing negative happens with it as well.
Well, look at the really towards the end of the Industrial Revolution, you had a situation where monopolies were really growing, right? And the Republican Party at the time, really led by Teddy Roosevelt and his many reforms, and really working for conservation, decided to break up those monopolies. And I think you have something here with AI potentially. Senator Cruz wants to introduce legislation to make sure people are protected. He had an example of a high school student whose face was put on someone else's naked body that was shared throughout the high school, and humiliating for her. That she had to actually go through therapy for that, and was a terrible, terrible thing, because then rumors were started that she was putting these videos out herself. Of course she wasn't. A wonderful student and a minor.
Unreal.
So you have to have parameters in place, and I think President Trump working with public sectors, with private sectors, to make sure that people's dignity is protected in this new golden age. Because this is this is the tech revolution. I think we're now, if we have not faced already, we'll be going into a whole new
upgrade,
21st century of.
I
mean, look at Back to the Future. How much of those things that were predicted, including a Cubs World Series victory, mind you, all these years later, are actually some kind of.
We have those. Do a Back to the Future reference. One of my favorite movies right there. Really,
I had to. Of course,
that's a great reference.
These are analysts.
And to your point, so we know obviously that we're in the information age. We have our iPads and our laptops and our phones, and we can have a video call with anybody around the world. We can have information travel faster than anything. So we're in the information age. And to your point, AI, technology, and robotics.
Bitcoin is still at 106.
That new age that we're stepping into, and
looks like
we're seeing someone like Elon Musk at the forefront of that.
Right. Oh, no question. A man who really knows this stuff, who has taken it on, who's built Tesla, who has reformed X. who has been incredible with SpaceX, and what a partnership you will see there with NASA, SpaceX, and in turn Space Force. So it's really a second space race, and it's eerily reminiscent of John Kennedy's vision.
Seeing uncharted territories.
Really, we do things because it's hard. You see so much in the modern presidency of JFK and Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. I think three men who actually share a lot in common with their vision and passion for the future of America and the vital nature that works between military prowess, space exploration, and unleashing the American engine, the economy that we have. When that is let go and you let capitalists and people build things, the sky's the limit.
Exactly. No pun intended in the sense of the U.S. Space Force created by President Trump. So yeah, we'll see all those developments happen. You were talking about partnerships with Elon Musk a moment ago. Talk about Vivek Ramaswamy and DOGE, of course, the Department of Government Efficiency. So we're looking forward to seeing them cut a lot of waste as well. There's a lot to be trimmed, isn't there?
Right, and I understand that they're taking applications on X. I've seen that, which is also unique. This is an advisory role that's not technically going to be an official department of the U.S. government, but still a strong group of people ready to work hard, put in those 80+ hours to really find where they can trim the fat and make it more efficient. And given what we've seen, how Elon has worked so well with X and reforming that and making it transparent, I'm sure we will have that here with Doge. And of course, Vivek Ramaswamy's great business background. These are the two men for the job. And I'm thrilled to see something like this being put forward to actually, because that's the thing about the closest thing to eternal life on the planet Earth, as President Reagan said, is a government mandate. Usually once it's put into place, it doesn't get rolled back. And we've
the
seen
only
that
thing you could
do
when it comes to
years, especially look at LBJ's administration, the way he grew government. We're still using our Social Security numbers for just about everything on the heels of what FDR put into place. And I think that's what Joe Biden was trying to be, this almost a second coming of FDR and LBJ's platforms. And really, that's not where the country is going. It's not where it's needed. President Trump proved that we could have over 4% GDP growth, dominating that in his first term. And this is clearly a mandate that we want less government, not more.
For this market,
that is well said. I mean, that's exactly what the New York Young Republican Club, some of their mission and vision statements are, is less government, of course. And to your point about, maybe making America wealthy again, President Trump wants to decrease the business tax from 21% to 15% for manufacturers who keep the jobs and keep the manufacturing right here in the US of A. So he's putting the incentives out there, wanting our country to have the jobs and the creation of great products and goods.
Trump is fashionably
wonderful
late,
to see
guys.
that.
Like
Absolutely. He's spoken on those issues too. You look back to the 1880s, 1890s. We actually, per capita, that was when we were the wealthiest. Our government and our GDP, what we were producing really out of Washington and around the country. We had blue ribbon committees set up because we had so much money, it actually ended up going to education. Then you have Woodrow Wilson come in and the far left progressive movement, really a cancer on society.
Judson says, without Bitcoin and Christ, you are doomed.
We survived as a country really from 1776 until 1913 without a federal income tax. Think about that. And now it's become such a bloated federal bureaucracy. Well, that's going to change soon, God willing. And really, I think going back to common sense principles, and maybe we'll have so much money we can do those blue ribbon committees again.
That'd be awesome. And speaking of 1776 to 2026, we know that that'll be our 250th birthday here in this country. President Trump to hold a huge party for our nation, celebration that will be at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. This was part of his Agenda 47. So this is already written. This is going to happen 2026 in Iowa. So that's going to be quite awesome as we celebrate our nation's founding 250 years ago that will be, of course, in 2026. So looking forward to that. It's 11:11 a.m. Eastern time, awaiting the president-elect to take the podium there at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. I looked at the weather today. I thought it'd be sunny and 85.
I should have long done two places. I should have long. Here,
cloudy and a little windy.
I suspected this was a long.
You know, a lot of us are like, jealous of the far weather.
Really suspected.
Right, and today it's a beautiful day in Auburn. It should be right around those low 70s. Sun was shining this morning. A little bit chilly, but not what we're used to from our neck of the woods originally.
Yeah, being from Illinois, Bobby from Illinois, and I'm originally from Pennsylvania. So anyway, we'll be going to Mar-a-Lago at any second.
You guys notice a pattern here.
Text Trump
we're getting seller absorption on these purple candles.
Silver, precious
sellers are absorbing buyers.
Tax-sheltered IRA,
right after every seller absorption candle, we're getting
inflation,
a green candle.
And a wonderful plan when it comes to any kind of savings to have as a backup plan. Right there, Bobby. Text Trump to 989898.
Such a smart thing to do in these inflationary times, and really plan for your family and for your financial future. And of course, a great Christmas silver giveaway, a free silver American Eagle coin for those collectors out there, and also a nice stocking stuffer in case you need some last minute gifts. Can you believe Christmas is just next week?
Yeah, exactly. It is 9 days away. 9 days from now, Christmas time and Hanukkah on the 25th. And then, of course, other celebrations as well, including New Year's Eve, New Year's Day is 16 days away. And then President Trump to be sworn in 35 days from this moment, close to this moment. It's 11:13 a.m. Eastern. So it'll be 12 p.m. Eastern time when President Trump is sworn in and sharing a speech to the American people and the world. Of
so
course,
another absorption candle here,
translated in so many languages around the world. A lot of people will be seeing that.
Another purple absorption candle here
at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Purple absorption
also,
candle
if you'd like to sign up for our newsletter,
so it looks like
you'll get
sellers are getting exhausted every time they try to push the market down. So that's the trend that we're seeing today. So that means we're
every time
extremely,
that we go
extremely strong
live,
market.
I mean, obviously I'm subscribed to it, so I'll be able to see a
Zorban says 9,400 QQQ
we're going live
December
for various coverage, including coming up this Wednesday through
so 94,000
Thursday through Sunday will be the AmFest coverage 2024. A lot of great speakers, as you know. Have you been to an AmFest yet?
I have, but it's when it was just the party that was part of either the Student Action Summit or summer conferences in D.C. or down in West Palm Beach on behalf of Turning Point USA. So I saw it back when it was just the small get-together. It's now become its own conference. It's how popular it was because it has an entertainment theme with it, with the country music stars who have come out, like I think of Ray Lynn or even Dustin Lynch. Of course, the great Jason Aldean. And here we are.
That's unusual.
President-elect Donald Trump.
Options. Somebody knows something.
So it's an honor.
Can you break that down a little, Zorban? What does that mean to you? It looks like someone's trying to take
points. We'll take some questions later if you'd like. I'm sure you might have one or two. I'd be shocked if you didn't. I'd be very impressed.
I'm talking about that.
But I'm honored to welcome one of the most accomplished business leaders of our time, the founder and CEO of SoftBank. Everybody knows.
This market doesn't seem right.
Masa Yoshi-san. Masa runs one of the largest companies in Japan and among the most successful investment and technology companies anywhere in the world, one of the most successful investors in the world. And we've just concluded a very productive meeting. And today I'm thrilled to announce that SoftBank will be investing $100 billion in America, creating 100,000 American jobs at a minimum. And he's doing this because he feels very optimistic about our country since the election. And many other people are also coming in with tremendous amounts of money. You probably noticed that a poll was just taken. It's business is literally in 39 years, there's been nothing like it. It's been the biggest increase. Small business owners gave it a 41% jump. It's the biggest jump that we've had in 39 years. And nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it's just they're very optimistic. This historic investment is a monumental demonstration of confidence in America's future, and it will help ensure that artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, and other industries of tomorrow are built, created, and grown right here in the USA. One of the beautiful things about Masa is he's very much involved with emerging technology, probably knows it maybe better than almost anybody. So it's a great honor. And some of you remember after the 2016 election, also SoftBank committed to invest $50 billion in our country, and they did. And I'm very pleased to say that they kept that promise in every way, shape, and form. And now they're looking to do 100. And I've looked at their books. They do have the possibility of doing more. I'm going to ask them to do a little bit more. But first, I'm going to ask him to speak and just to say a few words. Masa, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Howard. Thank you so much. I'm very, very excited. I would really like to celebrate the great victory of President Trump. And my confidence level to the economy of the United States has tremendously increased with his victory. So because of that, I'm now excited to commit this $100 billion and 100,000 jobs into the United States. This is double of last time, as President Trump said. Because I say, oh, President Trump is a double down president. I'm going to have to double down, $100 billion and 100,000 jobs. This is, my confidence level, because that has doubled down. So I am truly excited to make this happen. And of course, business is important. Technology is important. But one more thing I'm really hoping is that this President Trump would make the world, bring the world into peace again. That's my additional hope. And I think he will actually make it happen. So anyway, I'm excited to go, and we were discussing, and President Trump said, Masa, double down is not enough. Maybe, go for more, right?
That's what I'm going to ask him right now. Would you make it $200 billion instead of $100? He can actually, believe it or not, he can actually afford to do that if he wants to. Would you do that?
Well, my promise is 100, but he's now asking to do more. I think, with your leadership, my partnership with you, with your support, I will try to make it happen.
Okay, that's good.
All right.
200. He'll make it happen. 200 billion investment. That's
he is a great negotiator.
Good man. He's a brilliant guy and did an unbelievable job. And the people of Japan and all over the world are very proud of him. They have tremendous respect for him. So when he does what he just did, and I would be surprised if it didn't go to 2. When you say you'll try, I know you'll do it.
I will really try. Yeah. And I need your support, though.
You'll have my support.
All right.
You'll have our country's support.
Oh, fantastic.
Thank you, Masa.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you.
You
Great.
Say hello to the people of Japan who are all watching.
Well, I'm sure our people in Japan are proud to make the partnership of U.S. and Japan be stronger. And I'm very excited to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Masa.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Howard.
Thank you, Masa. Great job. Thank you. It's amazing. It's a great gentleman, a great leader, and a great investor. So to have that offer made, and we have so many companies coming in now that will be announcing, or that will announce themselves. We don't have to be with them to do it, but they'll be announcing. And as I said, small business optimism took a 41-point jump. 41 points. It went up 41 points. That's unheard of. And that's the biggest they think in recorded history, but they know at least a minimum of 39 years. So that's great. But on behalf of the American people, I want to thank Masa for his faith in what's happening with our country and what's happening with the world. There's a whole light over the entire world. Many people, some reporters, and speaking to them, they said, it actually is true. A couple of them are not necessarily friends of mine, but they said it is actually true that there's a light shining over the world. We're trying to help very strongly in getting the hostages back, as you know, with Israel and the Middle East. We're working very much on that. We're trying to get the war stopped, that horrible war that's going on in Ukraine, with Russia, Ukraine. We're going to, we've got a little progress. It's a tough one. It's a nasty one. It's nasty. People are being killed at levels that nobody's ever seen. You know, it's very level fields, and the only thing that stops a bullet is a body, a human body. And the number of soldiers that are being killed on both sides is astronomical. I've never seen anything like it. And rapidly, I get reports every week, and it's not even, you know, it's like just they're going down. Nobody's seen anything like it. It's a very flat surface, a very flat land. That's why it's great farming land. It's the breadbasket for the world, actually. But it's very flat, and there's nothing to stop a bullet but a body. There's no protection, no nothing. And it's what's happening there is far worse than people are reporting for both sides. So we're going to do our best, and we've been doing our best, and we'll see what happens. But since the election, I've been working every day to put the world at ease a little bit, to get rid of the wars. We had no wars when I left office, and now it's the whole world is blowing up. But there's great optimism, and you saw that by SoftBank. Starting on day one, we'll implement a rapid series of bold reforms to restore our nation to full prosperity. We're going to go full prosperity and to build the greatest economy the world has ever seen, just as we had just a short time ago. We had it in my term. We had the greatest economy that the world had seen. We were blowing away everybody. Our country was doubling up on China, doubling up on everybody, and everybody knows it. And then we had to slow it down with COVID, unfortunately, at the end. But even then, I gave it back with a substantial increase of the stock market, bigger than it was pre-COVID. So it was pretty amazing. Already preparations are underway to slash massive numbers of job-killing regulations, eliminating 10 old regulations for every new one. You put a new regulation on, you have to get rid of 10, and we'll be able to do it. And that was about the percentage we had. We cut more regulations than any president has ever cut, by far, actually, by approximately 5 times. Some of those regulations, unfortunately, were put back on, but we'll catch up very quickly. We'll catch up with it. One of the things I'd like to ask the Biden administration, as you probably heard, there are 2 events that took place. We're talking about a friendly takeover, a friendly transition, as they like to say. This is a friendly transition, and it is, but there are 2 events that took place that I think are very terrible. One is that if people don't come back to work, come back into the office, they're going to be dismissed. And somebody in the Biden administration gave a 5-year waiver of that, so that for 5 years, people don't have to come back into the office. It involved 49,000 people. For 5 years, they don't have to go. They just signed this thing. It's ridiculous. So it was like a gift to a union, and we're going to obviously be in court to stop it. The other thing is really terrible. We spent a tremendous amount of money on building the wall. The wall was designed specifically by the Border Patrol because it's very hard to climb. They need to have see-through. They need it to be steel because you can't cut. It's very powerful steel. It's very hard steel. It's a special type of steel, but very, very hard to cut. Inside the steel, as you know, we pour concrete, and that's a grade 10 concrete, which is a very strong concrete, very as though you were building about a 60-story building. It's very powerful concrete. They've made tremendous technology advances in the word concrete. Who would think that? But I know that from the construction industry. Today, what you can do with concrete is incredible. So we have a very strong concrete. And then we have a rebar. We put rebar inside the concrete, and the rebar likewise is very hard to cut. So it's a very expensive process, very expensive wall. And then we put a anti-climb plate on the top. You saw that. And I didn't like the look of it. But then when I watched, we had people testing. We had mountain climbers actually testing, and they were not able to get over the anti-climb plate. So I said, all right, I guess we're going to put it on. That plate on top, which I never loved the look of it, but it works so unbelievably well. You have to do it. So we spent a lot of money on building it, and we have hundreds of miles that we put up. A lot of people don't realize, but we did 571 miles of wall. That's why we had such good records, in addition to the fact that Mexico helped us with their with their military. They kept people out, and they were actually very good under the past leader. But now we ordered an additional 200 miles of wall. It's very expensive, and now it's about double the price of what it would have been 6 years ago. And the administration is trying to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar, knowing that we're getting ready to put it up. And what they're doing is really an act. It's almost a criminal act. They know we're going to use it, and if we don't have it, we're going to have to rebuild it, and it'll cost double what it cost years ago, and that's hundreds of millions of dollars, because you're talking about a lot of wall. I built much more than I said I was going to build, but then after it was built, I said, we can do some more, because it's sort of like water, people flow through, and that will pretty much really take care of it. And what happened is they just, as you see, they're trying to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. And that's really, that has nothing to do with a smooth transition. That has to do with people really trying to stop our nation. And all it means really is that we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars more, not even talking about the time. Time would be pretty long, but we'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars more on building the same wall that we already have. And people have already come back to us that have deals at 5 cents and 4 cents, and one guy at 3 cents on the dollar, and they offered to sell it back to us at more money than it cost us to build substantially. Can you believe it? So they make a deal with the United States to buy it for pennies, and then they call us and they say, do you want to buy it back? We'll sell it back to you for hundreds of dollars a foot. Hundreds of dollars, from pennies to hundreds of dollars a foot. And we can't let this take place. Now we're going to go. I spoke with the Attorney General of Texas. I spoke to the senators of Texas. I spoke to a lot of people, and hopefully they'll be able to stop. We're going to be, having a restraining order. But just think about how ridiculous it is. And this is just people that don't want this country to succeed. And this has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. This has to do with common sense. We won on common sense, and this is maybe one of the most egregious examples I've seen. So the people that are buying it or trying to buy it are trying to make a deal with us to sell it back at hundreds of times more than we paid. And this is all because the Democrats. So I'm asking today Joe Biden to please stop selling the wall. We're going to use that to create a strong barrier. And it worked. That's why our numbers were so good. It really worked, and it worked well. And it's very expensive to do. And I'm asking Joe Biden to stop his people from giving it away. It's something that people can't even believe is happening. So hopefully Joe will be able to stop it. We'll soon unleash American energy, and this will be done at levels not seen before, issuing quick approvals for pipelines, drilling, and other infrastructure. It'll be clean energy, and we'll bring in the price of electricity, and we're going to bring it down fast. We're also going to create clean coal. Clean coal is something that has really taken over. We have coal that will last for over 1,000 years. We have so much coal, and with a process, it becomes clean coal. It's very powerful energy, unlike wind. It's very, very powerful, and we're going to be doing a lot of clean coal for the people of West Virginia and others, Wyoming, so many states. We have great states, and they'll be happy to hear it. But we're going to be very much into clean coal. I don't ever use the word coal. I use the word clean coal. And I'll keep my promise to pass historic tax cuts for American families, workers, and businesses that create jobs in America. As you know, we're giving tax cuts if they do it here. We brought it down from 44%, 42%. In some cases, it was 39%. We brought it all the way down to 21%. And now we're bringing it down to 15%, but only if they make their product, their car, or whatever they're doing in the United States, in the U.S. And people are thrilled. I've had the smartest people on Wall Street call me. They said, where'd you get that idea? And it doesn't seem that complicated, right? But it's it's like the paperclip. Nobody ever thought of it. One guy thought of it. Everybody looked at it. They said, wow, that was a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? but we're bringing it down 6 more points, and that will put us really at the best level we've ever had for bringing in business. We've never been down to that level. We'll be among the lowest taxed states, and a lot of businesses are going to come in. Between that and our taxing and tariff policies, we're going to have business like nobody's ever seen in this country before. That's why we're, having a 41-year record in optimism from small businesses and big businesses. And I'll keep my promise to pass historic tax cuts for families, workers, and businesses that create jobs in America. Any business that invests $1 billion or more in the United States will be eligible for fully expedited permits and approvals, including environmental approvals from the federal government. So when companies come in, if they're going to invest $1 billion or more, there'll be many of them, and they'll go into Detroit, and they'll go into a lot of places where we want them. You saw how well I did with the auto workers. We did unbelievably. You saw how well we did with the Teamsters, and also the non-union were record 98%, 97%. Nobody's ever got numbers like that, because we're bringing business back, and they're all coming back. We lost them over years of stupidity. I call it the years of stupidity, the decades of stupidity. Through the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk has been working very hard with various people, including Vivek. Will going to eliminate hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud. And I can only tell you, I'll give you a little early report, they're finding things that you wouldn't even believe. So we're looking to save maybe $2 trillion, and it'll have no impact. Actually, it'll make life better, but it'll have no impact on people. It's not like we will never cut Social Security, things like that. It's just waste, fraud, and abuse. And we'll immediately restore the sovereign borders of the United States and stop illegal immigration, which is costing us, I believe, trillions of dollars a year. I think it's a cost that nobody's ever seen anything like it. I don't know how can you be satisfied releasing prisoners into the United States. Think of this. You're releasing prisoners from jails all over the world, not just in South America. From the Congo, I would talk about it all the time. They're a very big sender of people. But from all over the world, they're sending prisoners out of their jails. Some of their jails are empty, and they will be empty soon if this ever continued. I spoke with the president of Mexico, and as you know, I spoke with Justin Trudeau of Canada, and we told them it's not fair, not right. You can't let these people come into our country. And they understand. They're very much on notice, and they're going to have to stop this from happening. They're going to have to stop it. We lose a lot of money to Mexico. We lose a lot of money to Canada, tremendous amount. We're subsidizing Canada. We're subsidizing Mexico. That can't go on. And I get along with the people of Mexico and Canada very well, but we can't let that happen. Why are we supporting and giving other countries hundreds of billions of dollars? It's not fair. It's not right. And the people of Mexico and Canada fully understand that. We've talked about it before, but now we're doing something about it. We started, and then we had to fix the COVID situation, and that's what we did. But now we're doing it. We're doing it from the beginning. Howard will be largely in charge. We'll be working on it together. Howard's terrific. He's done a fantastic job, and he's really helped us a lot with transition. I think we have fantastic people coming in. So all of these policies will help us rapidly defeat inflation, create millions of new jobs, and put money in the pockets of the hardworking families of our country, pay off debt. We're going to be paying off a tremendous amount of debt. We're $36 trillion. We don't want to be there. And we're going to be using a lot of the money that we make. We're going to be opening up a lot of businesses. Are going to be pouring in because of our tax policy. And we're going to use the money that we made to pay off debt and to reduce taxes. We're going to further reduce taxes. If you remember when we reduced them last time, that brought a tremendous amount. We brought it down to 21%, and that was the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And nobody ever thought this would happen, but this is what's supposed to happen. We actually ended up taking in more revenue at 21 than we did at 40%, which was pretty amazing. But this will be the most exciting and successful period of reform and renewal in all of American history, maybe of global history, the golden age of America, I call it. It's begun. So it's the golden age of America, and that's what it's going to be.
and we hope we don't have any intervening problems, because things happen. Like out of nowhere came the China virus. Out of nowhere came other things. We don't want to have, when I left, we had no wars, we had no problems. The Middle East was good. We did the Abraham Accords. We did things that nobody thought were even possible. But think of it, 4 years ago, we had no wars. You didn't have Russia going into Ukraine. They wouldn't have done it. They weren't even thinking about it. When they saw what happened in Afghanistan, I think they came to an idea, but they wouldn't have done it. They would have never done it. President Putin would have never gone in. And now you look at all those people are dead. All those cities are destroyed. It's nice to say they want their land back, but the cities are largely destroyed. They've left Kiev because
is the audio better now, guys?
Maybe they want to use it or occupy it, but they haven't done it. They've done a lot of damage, but relatively compared to the others. Beautiful towers, those beautiful buildings that they had are now laying on their sides, destroyed, totally destroyed. The turrets and all of the magnificent 1,000-year-old, 2,000-year-old structures that were very strong are blown to smithereens. You look at some of those cities and not one building standing. So, when you say take over the country, take over what? Take over what? That's 100-year rebuild. Take 100 years to rebuild it, and you can never have it the way it was. What a shame. It would have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. Nor would Israel have happened with the wars. We had no problems. We had no inflation. Last time.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a hang of it.
We didn't know a lot of things, but by the time we got it up and going, it was
to President Putin since your election?
Well, I'm not going to comment on the Putin question, but I will comment on Bibi. We had a very good talk. We discussed what is going to happen, and I'll be very available on January 20th, and we'll see. As you know, I gave warning that if these hostages aren't back home by that date, all hell's going to break out, and very strong. But we generally just discussed, I asked him, where are things? Mike Waltz they're doing a great job, by the way. Everybody is very happy. I think he's doing a fantastic job. But he was very much involved in the call. But it was a recap call more than anything else.
Mr. President, how do you plan to stop the ban on TikTok next month?
Who?
How do you plan to stop the ban on TikTok next month?
We'll take a look at TikTok. I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok because I won youth by 34 points. And there are those that say that TikTok has something to do with that. Now, Joe Rogan did, and some of the other people that were recommended by my son Barron, he knew names. I said, who is that? Tell me, who's that? Dad, you got to be kidding. I can't believe you don't know. And I did those interviews, and it was actually sort of cute. Do you want to know the truth? But we did them, and that had an impact. But TikTok had an impact, and so we're taking a look at it. But, you know, we won youth. Republicans are always 30 points down in youth. I don't know why, but we ended up finishing. There was one poll that showed us down about 30. We were 35 or 36 points up with young people. So I have a little bit of a warm spot in my heart, I'll be honest. Yes, please.
Are you entertaining the idea of preemptive strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities?
Against who?
Against Iran's nuclear.
Well, I can't tell you that. I mean, it's a wonderful question, but how could am I going to do preemptive strikes? Why would I say that? Can you imagine if I said yes or no? You'd say, that was strange that he answered that way. Am I going to do preemptive strikes on Iran? Is that a serious question? How could I answer a question like that?
Would you
Say it?
Would you be in support of Israeli strikes on Iran?
How could I tell you a thing like that now? It's just so you don't talk about that before something may or may not happen. You know, just I don't want to insult you. I just think it's just not something that I would ever answer having to do with there or any other place in the world.
On your Time magazine interview, can I ask just clearly, do you believe there's a connection between vaccines and autism? Do you believe there's a link?
Well, I don't look right now. You have some very brilliant people looking at it. I had dinner the other night with the head of Pfizer, the head of Eli Lilly, and RFK, as you know, and Oz, and we had and other people within the administration that are involved in the medical, and we're looking to find out. You know, if you look at autism, so 30 years ago I've heard numbers of like 1 in 200,000, 1 in 100,000. And now I'm hearing numbers of 1 in 100. So something's wrong. There's something wrong. And we're going to find out about it.
What about Mr. President?
Go ahead, please. NBC.
What do you say to people who are worried that his views on vaccines will translate to policies that will make their kids less sick?
No, I think he's going to be much less radical than you would think. I think he's got a very open mind, or I wouldn't have put him there. He's going to be very much less radical. But there are problems. I mean, we don't do as well as a lot of other nations, and those nations use nothing. And we're going to find out what those problems are. And another thing that came up, the dinner was fascinating because I had Bobby and I had, again, the head of Pfizer. You know who that is. He's a highly respected man who's run an incredible company. Likewise with Lilly, the top two people. And we had the head of the industry also. So all companies were represented. And I said, let's have it out now a little bit. And you know what came out of that meeting is that we're paying far too much because we're paying much more than other countries. And we have laws that make it impossible to reduce. And we have a thing called the middleman. You know the middleman, right? The horrible middleman that makes more money, frankly, than the drug companies. And they don't do anything except they're a middleman. We're going to knock out the middleman. I'm going to be very unpopular after that statement. I don't know who these middlemen are, but they are rich as hell. And we're going to knock out the middlemen. We're going to get drug costs down at levels that nobody has ever seen before. And that really, I tell you, we spent more time talking about that with Bobby and with the executives and Oz, all of them. We spent more time talking about that than anything else.
Mr. President Trump, what about the polio vaccine?
Well, I'm a big believer in it, and I think everything should be looked at, but I'm a big believer in the polio vaccine, the Salk vaccine.
Do you think schools should mandate vaccines? Do you think schools should mandate vaccines?
I don't like mandates. I'm not a big mandate person. So, you know, I was against mandates. Mostly Democrat governors did the mandates, and they did a very poor thing. It was, you know, in retrospect, they made a big mistake having to do with the education of children. You know, they lost like a year or 2 years of their lives. The mandate was a bad thing. I was against the mandate.
Mr. President.
Yes, please.
Do you expect Ron DeSantis to appoint Laura Trump to Senator Marco Rubio's team?
No, I don't. I probably don't, but I don't know. Ron's doing a good job. That's his choice. Nothing to do with me. Laura's unbelievable. I mean, she was incredible. The job she did at the RNC as chairman, along with Michael Watley, the combination. But I can just speak for Laura. She is so highly respected by women. I mean, even her workout routines are through the roof. She lifts 150 pounds. I don't know how the hell she does it. She's a bad example for men and women sports. Because I wouldn't be able to beat her, I don't believe. I'd try like hell. But no, she's an incredible woman. And, you know, it's funny. People oftentimes talk about nepotism. I never had, when I put her there, people said, how did you get her to do it? You know, she could have run for the Senate in North Carolina. Ted Budd would be the first to say. And he wouldn't have run. Nobody would have run. And she just said, no, I want to really focus on my children. When the election, and my family, she has a great family. When the election started getting closer, I asked her, would she go to Washington and work on the, as chairman of the committee, along with Michael Watley. And they did such an unbelievable job, especially on cheating. They stopped it, or at least they stymied it. Too big to rig. And we won in a landslide. You know, we won tremendously. She did an amazing job. Now Ron is going to have to make, because Marco has been really a star already, and we haven't started, but you know, we see signs of from some people, or very early, we see signs of stardom, and Marco has done incredibly. He's sort of born for it. It was such an easy decision. The Marco decision was such an easy, but he leaves a vacancy in Florida, and Ron's going to have to make that decision, and he'll make the right decision. I also know that Laura's got so many other things. I mean, she's got so many other things. People want her to be on television. They want to give her contracts. You know, her predominant thought is our country and her family. Those are her thoughts. But she's got so many other things that she's talking about.
Mr. President,
He'll make the right decision.
Mr. President, should senators who oppose your nominees, your cabinet nominees, should they be primary?
If they are unreasonable, I'll give you a different answer, an answer that you'll be shocked to hear. If they're unreasonable, if they're opposing somebody for political reasons or stupid reasons, I would say has nothing to do with me. I would say they probably would be primary. But if they're reasonable, fair, and really disagree with something or somebody, I could see that happening. But I do believe that if they're I think we have great people. I think we have a great group of people. Pam has been unbelievably received. You take a look, Pam Bondi. So many have been just unbelievably received. I think Pete Hegseth is making tremendous strides over the last week. He's going to be great. Look, he went to Princeton, he went to Harvard, he was a great student there, but he really was, from the first day I met him, all he wanted to talk about was military. He's just a military guy. I think it's a natural. This was my idea. And you know, Pete Hegseth gave up a lot because he was going big places in Fox, big places, a lot of money. And he didn't even hesitate. When I said, do you want to do this? He said, absolutely. I said, you know, if it doesn't work out, you'll never have the opportunity that you have right now in terms of the world of entertainment or business, whatever you want to call it. You'll never have that opportunity again. In fact, it could be just the opposite because it's nasty out there. He said, I don't care. I have to do it for my country. He gave up a tremendous amount. If this didn't work, it would be a tragedy. Because, but that's what he loves. He loves the military. I never talked to him about anything else. He'd talk about the military. He'd come to see me about a soldier that was unfairly treated, and could I help? That's the only thing I virtually ever talked to him about. And I always remembered it. I've seen him many times, and I don't think I've ever had a subject on anything other than military with him. That's where his love is. And he didn't say, well, I'd like to think about it. I'd like to talk to my family. He said, not even a contest. And, you know, he was going through the roof over there. He was doing great. They have the #1 show that Saturday and Sunday with Will and Rachel. That was great chemistry. And if this didn't work out for him, it would be actually sort of tragic Yeah.
Would you consider pardoning Eric Adams?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. I think that he was treated pretty unfairly. Now, I haven't seen the gravity of it all, but it seems, like being upgraded in an airplane many years ago. I know probably everybody here has been upgraded. They see you're all stars and they say, I want to upgrade that person from NBC. I'm going to upgrade him. And that would mean you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. I don't know. Somehow, I'd have to see it because I don't know the facts. I think he was treated, it's very interesting when he essentially went against what was happening with the migrants coming in. And, he made some pretty strong statements like, this is not sustainable. I said, you know what? He'll be indicted soon. And I said it, not as a prediction, a little bit lightheartedly, but I said it. I said, he's going to be indicted. And a few months later, he got indicted. So, yeah, I would certainly look at it. Yes.
What will you do with the 900 troops in Syria? Are you planning on pulling them when you get into office, or will you?
Well, we had 5,000 troops along the border, and I asked a couple of generals, so we have an army of 250,000 in Syria, and you had an army of 400,000. They have many more people than that. Turkey is a major force, by the way, and Erdogan is somebody I got along with great, but he has a major military force, and his has not been worn out with war. It hasn't been worn out with all of the other things. He's built a very strong, powerful army. And so we have 5,000 soldiers in between a 5 million person army and a 250,000 person army. And I asked the general, what do you think of that situation? He said, they'll be wiped out immediately. And I moved them out and I took a lot of heat. And you know what happened? Nothing. I saved a lot of lives. Now we have 900. They put some back, but 900, if you're talking about two, now one of the sides has been essentially wiped out, but nobody knows who the other side is. But I do. You know who it is? Turkey. Okay? Turkey's the one behind it. He's a very smart guy. They've wanted it for thousands of years, and he got it. And those people that went in are controlled by Turkey. And that's okay. It's another way to fight. But no, I don't think that I want to have our soldiers killed. But I don't think that will happen now anyway, because the one side's been decimated.
Are you concerned about more unrest in that region, or do you think it will calm?
Well, nobody knows what the final outcome is going to be in the region. Nobody knows who really the final. I believe it's Turkey, and I think Turkey is very smart. He's a very smart guy, and he's very tough. But Turkey did an unfriendly takeover without a lot of lives being lost. I can say that Assad was a butcher here, what he did to children. You remember I attacked him with the 58 missiles, unbelievable missiles coming from ships 700 miles away, and every one of them hit their target. But I did that. That was the red line in the sand. Obama drew it, and then he refused to honor what he did. He said, if anybody goes across the red line, and Assad killed many more children after that, and Obama did nothing, but I did. I hit him with a lot of missiles. In fact, President Xi was sitting here the night he was in that dining room having chocolate cake. Remember the famous chocolate cake? But and that's when I explained what we were doing as the missiles were shot. And it was amazing as to precision, because every one of those missiles hit its target from a long distance away. Had President Obama drawn the line and where it meant something, you wouldn't have even had Russia there. But in the end, I never understood why Russia went there. They were not getting very much out of it. But now their time is taken up with Ukraine, and we'd like to get them to stop on Ukraine, and Ukraine stop also. As you know, when I went to the cathedral, which is fantastic, the job that they've done in France, and the job that Macron, Emmanuel did. He did a phenomenal job on the rebuilding of that cathedral. It's magnificent, and they did a great thing. And they had great respect for our country. They treated me, meaning I'm the country, I'm the representative of our country, and we were treated with great respect. And one of the people that came to pay his respects is, as you know, Ukraine. Zelensky. And he would like to have peace. He wants peace. Everyone's being killed. It's the worst carnage that this world has seen since World War II. I've had pictures of fields where bodies are lying on top of bodies. Looks like the old pictures of the Civil War, where just bodies are all over. Just if you saw those pictures, you'd feel more strongly about it. It's got to stop, and we're trying to get it to stop. Well, we're gonna see. We're going to be talking. We'll be talking to President Putin, and we'll be talking to the representatives, Zelensky and representatives from Ukraine. We got to stop it. It's carnage.
Mr. President, first of all, good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Can you comment on the drones that are flying around
Yeah.
New Jersey ports? It seems like the American people have a big distance.
The government knows what is happening. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to comment. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because if it was the enemy, they'd blast it out. Even if they were late, they'd blast it. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should, because the people are really, I mean, they happen to be over Bedminster. Want to know the truth? They're very close to Bedminster. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster. I've decided to cancel my trip. I don't want to comment on that. No, I want him to come back with a report as to what he thinks. We're going to find out a lot. We're doing two things. We're going to have tremendous cost savings will come out of this. That's a minimum. And we're also going to have, and I think, very serious discussions about certain things, whether it's pesticides. Europe doesn't use pesticides, and yet they have a better mortality rate than we do. They don't use pesticides. In fact, they use it as an excuse not to take our farm product. We spend billions and billions of dollars on pesticides, and something bad's happening. Again, you take a look at autism today versus 20, 25 years ago, it's like not even believable. So we're going to have reports. No, nothing's going to happen very quickly. I think you're going to find that Bobby he's a very rational guy. I found him to be very rational. No, nothing, you're not going to lose the polio vaccine. That's not going to happen. I saw what happened with the polio. I have friends that were very much affected by that. I have friends from many years ago, and they have, obviously, they're still in not such good shape because of it. And many people died. And the moment they took that vaccine, it ended. Dr. Jonas Salk did a great job. So I don't anticipate that at all. But we're going to look into finding why is the autism rate so much higher than it was 20, 25, 30 years ago. I mean, it's 100 times higher. There's something wrong, and we're going to try finding that. We're also going to find out why are we paying more than other countries. And we were in the process of doing that through transparency and other things. We were doing a good job in that first term, and we brought it down. We got to $35, all of the different things. We got, we were the ones that got all of that done. Every one of those things, we got them done. I said, I hope I win, because otherwise somebody's going to take a lot of credit for what we did. But now what happens is we're gonna have a big conversation on price. Why is it that Germany and UK and other countries are paying so much more for the same box of medicine made in the same plant? Why is it that we're paying many times more? And I know the answer, because our government didn't do what they were supposed to do. And what I put in place was terminated unexpectedly by the Biden administration, and they shouldn't have terminated it. It would have had a huge impact. Okay?
And Mr. President, one other question on Ukraine. You mentioned that some of the areas are already decimated. Do you believe that Ukraine should cede territory to Russia?
Well, I'm going to let you know that after I have my first meeting. But a lot of that territory, when you look at what's happened to those, I mean, there are cities that there's not a building standing. It's a demolition site. There's not a building standing. So people can't go back to those cities. There's nothing there. It's just rubble. Just like when I knocked down a building in Manhattan, which is actually, this is worse, actually, because we do it step by step. This thing is just got demolished. And by the way, in those buildings are many people. Many people were in those buildings. You know, when they said the number in Ukraine is going to be a much higher number of death, is going to be a much higher number than you're hearing. You know, they're big buildings. This is what I did very well. And these are very long buildings. They're 15 to 20 stories high. They're massive buildings. I was surprised at how big. And they're flattened like a pancake. 1 or 2 bombs hit them and they just collapsed. And they'd say, nobody was hurt. Well, nobody knows who was in those buildings. There were a lot of people in those buildings. They're going to find that when they start doing the removal. Many more people are being killed in the Ukraine war with Russia than is being reported, and that includes soldiers. The soldiers are being, it's a carnage that we haven't seen since the Second World War. It's got to be stopped. And I'm doing my best to stop it. Yeah, please, go ahead.
You had a meeting with Abe yesterday, but
Mrs. Abe.
Mrs. Abe, and Japanese Prime Minister Ishida is looking to have a meeting anytime soon.
I will do that. In fact, I sent him a memento. I sent him a book, the Prime Minister. But Mrs. Abe was very close with our First Lady, with Melania, and she loved Melania's book. And she called and wanted to know if she could have. I was very close to the Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe. He was great. He was a great man. And his wife wanted to know if it would be possible to have dinner. And it was just out of respect to Shinzo. And yes, I'd love to see the Prime Minister. And we will do that. I actually sent him a book and some other things for him through Mrs. Abe.
So would that happen before the inauguration?
It could. If they'd like to do that, I would do that. Yeah. No, I have great respect for the position, and if he'd like to do that, I'd be here.
And there's a report that Ambassador to Japan will be George Grass. Is that the final decision?
Highly respected man. That's right. Highly respected. He's been an ambassador before. Did a fantastic job. We consider Japan very important. He's very highly respected. Okay, a couple of more. The world leaders are calling me, and some really would like to meet. No, I mean, literally, they're calling me, and I'll be seeing some of them. I think it's rude not to. I mean, it's hard to say I'm not going to see you. And I've spoken to way over 100 where they called to congratulate on not only the election, but the size of the election, the extent of the victory. And they were great. I mean, I spoke to over 100 countries. You wouldn't believe how many countries there are. And I'm trying with the best I can to get back to everybody, but there are a lot of countries, and every one of them, literally everyone called, and it was very nice. So, yeah, I'd see some if some felt it was an emergency. I've seen, as you know, I've seen President Zelensky. He came to France while I was there for the cathedral opening. They actually had about 70 presidents and prime ministers, and in one case, a king. And we saw some great people. I also met with William, and I was very impressed by William. I think William is terrific. I was very impressed by William. As you know, I met with him too.
Did you invite Zelensky to the inauguration?
No, but if he'd like to come, I'd like to have him. I mean, I didn't invite him.
Are you disappointed that he won't be at the inauguration?
I don't know that he won't be at the inauguration. I mean, I haven't really spoken to him about it. I don't know that, actually. I would say that if he'd like to come, I'd love to have him. But there's been nothing much discussed. I have had discussions with him, letters, et cetera, at a very high level. You know, we had a very good relationship until COVID. COVID didn't end the relationship, but it was a bridge too far for me. But If he'd like to come, I'd certainly be. He hasn't, just so you understand, he hasn't said one way or the other, because a lot of people say he won't come, he will come. People think he will come, he won't come. It's something we barely discussed, just about didn't discuss. But I have had, especially through letters, some very good conversations. You know, because China and the United States can together solve all of the problems of the world. You think about it. So it's very important. And, you know, he was a friend of mine. I mean, he was here for a long time, right in that spot, except sitting in a very comfortable chair. He wasn't standing like you are. But we spent hours and hours talking. And, you know, he's an amazing guy. The press hates when I say that, but he's an amazing person. Go ahead, what? I think it's terrible. Well, I think it's terrible. Yeah. I think it's a terrible thing. I think it's really terrible that some people seem to admire him, like him. And I was happy to see that it wasn't specific to this gentleman that was killed. It's just an overall sickness as opposed to a specific sickness. That was a terrible thing. It was cold-blooded, just a cold-blooded, horrible killing. And how people can like this guy is, that's a sickness, actually. That's really very bad, especially the way it was done. It was so bad, right in the back. And very bad, very thing like that. You can't believe that some people, and maybe it's fake news. I don't know. It's hard to believe that that can even be thought of, but it seems that there's a certain appetite for him. I don't get it. Yeah, please.
I want to expand on the defamation lawsuits. Could you see moving that to other people with individual platforms, social media influencers, people that...
Or newspapers, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I do. I think you have to do it because they're very dishonest. We need a great media. We need a fair media. We need, it's very important. And we need borders. We need walls, but we need borders and we need fair elections. You look at California, millions and millions of ballots were sent out. They're still counting the vote in California with the machines. They're counting the vote. If you had paper ballots, the votes would have been counted 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Now, you need fair elections, you need borders, and you need a fair press. And the press says, no, I see others. I have a few others that I'm doing. I'm going to, as an example, I'm doing this not because I want to. I'm doing this because I feel I have an obligation to. I'm going to be bringing one against the people in Iowa, their newspaper, which had a very, very good pollster who got me right all the time. And then just before the election, she said I was going to lose by 3 or 4 points. And it became the biggest story all over the world because I was going to win Iowa by 20 points. The farmers loved me and I loved the farmers. And it was interesting the way she did it. She brought it down 2 weeks before. She said I was going to only win by 4. That was a big story. But that was good because she brought it down from like 22 points to 4 or whatever the number was, way up. Way up, an easy win. We never even thought to go there. I respect them. I love them. And they understand there's no reason to go there because she brought it from way up, walk away, which it was. And it turned out to be in the election, too, by the way. It was a win by many, many points. And then she brought it down very smartly to 4 a couple of weeks before. And everyone said, wow, that's amazing. He's only up by 4 points. Then she brought it down to where I was down by 3 or 4, whatever number she used. And that was the Des Moines Register, and it was their parent. And in my opinion, it was fraud, and it was election interference. You know, she's gotten me right always. She's a very good pollster. She knows what she was doing. And she then quit before. And we'll probably be filing a major lawsuit against them today or tomorrow. We're filing one on 60 Minutes, you know about that, where they took Kamala's answer, which was a crazy answer, a horrible answer, and they took the whole answer out and they replaced it with something else she said later on in the interview, which wasn't a great answer, but it wasn't like the first one. The first was grossly incompetent. It was weird. And that was fraud and election interference by their news magazine, a big part of CBS News. So as you know, we're involved in that one. We're involved in one which has been going on for a while and very successfully against Bob Woodward, where he didn't quote me properly from the tapes. And then on top of everything else, he sold the tapes, which he wasn't allowed to do. He could only use them for reporting purposes, not for sale purposes. And he admits that. And I think we'll be successful on that one. And we have one very interestingly on Pulitzer, because reporters at the New York Times, Washington Post got Pulitzer Prizes for their wonderful, accurate, and highly professional reporting on the Russia hoax. Well, it turned out to be a hoax, and they were exactly wrong. People, like many people, John Solomon, Sean Hannity's not for Pulitzer, but Sean Hannity got it right. Many people got it right. Tucker got it right. Jesse got it right. Laura got it right. Janine got it right. A lot of people got it right. They didn't get anything. They gave it to reporters that got it absolutely wrong. And now everybody admits it was a hoax. And I want them to take back the Pulitzer Prizes and pay big damages. And I think we're doing very well on that one. They have no excuse for it. They gave a Pulitzer Prize to writers that got Russia wrong. And so I think we're doing well. And I feel I have to do this. I shouldn't really be the one to do it. It should have been Justice Department or somebody else, but I have to do it. It costs a lot of money to do it, but we have to straighten out the press. Our press is very corrupt, almost as corrupt as our elections.
January 6th defendants, you had said in the first few minutes of your administration, you want to issue pardons for January 6th.
Yeah.
Does that include, will that be a blanket pardon?
Well, you'll find out, but it's going to go quickly. Yeah.
In terms of your mass liquidation plans, do you have any preliminary discussions with countries like Venezuela, where the trend they allow gang is now helping?
They'll take them back. They're all taking them back. Yep. And if they don't, they'll be met very harshly economically. Okay. They'll all take them back. You know, Venezuela and other countries were not behaving very well with us during my administration. And within 24 hours, they were behaving very well. They'll all take them back. Jeff, nice to see you, Jeff. This is like the old days, right?
Nice to see you too,
You look much better now than you did 4 years ago. What are you doing? What's he doing? Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. The first day you just mentioned that you're in office, I imagine you've got some executive orders that you're going to go through. Can you tell us what
We'll have a lot. Well,
what are your priorities?
I bet you could tell. You could say as well as I could. We will have many executive orders and other things that we'll be signing on the first day.
Kind of a review. Did you repeat?
We just had a very good conversation, and you know the real conversations will start on the 20th. But we had a really good conversation, and I think we're going to be in a good place in the Middle East. I think the Middle East will be in a good place. I think actually more difficult is going to be the Russia-Ukraine situation. I see that as more difficult. I don't think they should have allowed missiles to be shot 200 miles into Russia. I think that was a bad thing. And that brought the Koreans in, North Korea, another man I get along with very well. I'm the only one that does. But that
Sorry, guys, the audio went out. I'm not sure what happened here. not sure if it's their audio or our audio. I'm betting it's probably ours.
No, it's a big difference. The big difference is that
There we go.
the first time everybody was fighting me on all fronts, and we had a great administration. We got the biggest tax cuts in history, rebuilt the military. Too much of it was given away to Afghanistan, stupidly given away, horribly given away. I think that's one of the reasons that Putin went in to Ukraine when he saw the stupidity of Milley and these guys. They're stupid people, very stupid people. If they didn't do such a bad, we were pulling out of Afghanistan, but I would have pulled out with dignity and strength. They wouldn't be having parades, I guarantee you, showing our equipment that they left behind, because we weren't going to leave any equipment behind, not 10 cents. We were going to take every screw and every bolt. The biggest difference is that people want to get along with me this time. Well, they've gone through 4 years, and, it wasn't easy for me, but it wasn't easy for them either. And that's a great thing, though. Getting along is a great thing. So Tim Cook was here. I think he's done an incredible job at Apple. And he talked about the future of Apple. It's going to be a bright future. But we have many others also, and not in that business. And we do have Jeff Bezos, Amazon, coming in sometime during the week. I look forward to that. We have a lot of great executives coming in. The top executives, the top bankers, they're all calling. And honestly, in the first time, I don't know what it was. It's like a complete opposite. In the first one, and the press has covered that fairly, actually, for change. The first one, they were very hostile. And maybe it was my fault, but I don't really think so. They were just very right from the beginning. And this one is much less hostile. It's really the opposite of hostile. Well, I thought it was a hoax when it happened, the Duke situation. I didn't believe the woman, as you know, and they destroyed the lives of these kids. They destroyed, and I don't care what they got. Their lives have been destroyed. Their lives have been shortened by what took place. And now the woman admitted that it never happened. That is a horrible. And as you know, I took a lot of heat when I said that this did not happen. And those kids were beautiful kids with beautiful families, and they were, in some cases, will never be the same. They will never be the same. Yeah.
The post office, but they lose billions.
Well, there is talk about the Postal Service being taken private. You do know that. Not the worst idea I've ever heard. It really isn't. It's a lot different today with between Amazon and UPS and FedEx and all the things that you didn't have. But there is talk about that. It's an idea that a lot of people have liked for a long time. We're looking at it. I think we're looking at that along with a lot of any questions for Howard, by the way? Commerce. Howard, you want to say a couple of words?
Do you see another trade deal with China?
I think the president.
That's a tough one.
Yeah. Oh, it's easy for me. You're sitting next to me, so it's okay. No, the president has very clear agenda for tariffs. And I think reciprocity is something that is going to be a key topic for us. How you treat us is how you should expect to be treated.
Reciprocal. He said it so well. Reciprocal. If they tax us, we tax them the same amount. They tax us. Forgetting just for a second about the word tax. They tax us, we tax them. And they tax us almost in all cases, they're taxing us, and we haven't been taxing them.
Is that deal already underway? Is there a deal already underway with respect to that?
Let's just say this, we're going to make great deals. And we have all the cards. And until I came along, don't forget, and Howard was going over the numbers with me last night, we took in $600 billion and more in taxes and tariffs from China. No other president took in 10 cents, not 10 cents, not 10 cents. And no, we're going to be doing things. We're going to be treating people very fairly. But the word reciprocal is important because if somebody charges us, India, we don't have to talk about, oh, if India charges us 100% and we charge them nothing for the same, they send in a bicycle and we send them a bicycle, they charge us 100 and 200. India charges a lot. Brazil charges a lot. If they want to charge us, that's fine, but we're going to charge them the same. And you know what? The senators, some of them aren't necessarily business people. When I give that to them, they say, that sounds fair to me.
Are you concerned that tariffs might hurt the stock market rise that you have seen and the economy more broadly?
Make our country rich. Tariffs will make our country rich.
But won't they raise prices?
Properly used. Well, I didn't have any inflation and I had massive tariffs on a lot of things. We put tariffs on steel. If I didn't put tariffs on steel, 50% and more, they were dumping steel in China and others. I put tariffs on and it stopped. And we took a fortune. We made a fortune on it. Tariffs, properly used, which we will do, and being reciprocal with other nations, but it'll make our country rich. Our country right now loses everybody. Almost nobody do we have a surplus with. There are a couple of countries, and they're embarrassed by it, but almost nobody. And tariffs will make, I always said, to me, tariffs, the most beautiful word in the dictionary. It'll make our country rich. You go back and look at the 1890s, 1880s, McKinley, and you take a look at tariffs. That was when we were at our proportionately the
order filled.
What should Zelensky, if anything, be prepared to give up to end this
He
war?
should be prepared to make a deal. That's all.
Do you have anything in
Gotta be
mind?
a deal. No, gotta be a deal. But too many people being killed. That is a war that's too many people. Got to make a deal. And Putin has to make a deal too. By the way, Putin has to make a deal, and Putin would have never gone in if I was president. If I was president, we wouldn't have had inflation. Our oil prices would have been lower. I had a good relationship with Putin. He would, despite the Russia hoax, which made it more difficult. If we had that election, if it were an honorable election, we wouldn't have had any of the problems that we're talking about right now. Putin would have never gone in. I might. I'm going to try.
Will you ask Putin to give up Assad?
Well, I hadn't thought of it. I think we have to get on with our lives. We'll have to see what happens. But right now, Syria has a lot of, there's a lot of indefinites. Nobody knows what's going to happen with Syria. But I think Turkey is going to hold the key to Syria, actually. I don't think you've heard that from anybody else, but I've been pretty good at predicting. I want to thank you all, and we're going to make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex.
There you have it, guys.
Stop.
I just took a small short there and got stopped out, looks like. All right, see what's going on here. Market's still pumping. Still pumping. Any short that I've taken has pretty much gone awry. Looks like we're still up on the day, though. Not sure what's going to happen here. If the market's going to dump from here now that Trump is done speaking, or if we're going to get a little push to the upside. Yeah, maybe a little more push to the upside. Either one is possible. Yeah, so I was asking you guys. Yeah, I was in a small short there, but yeah, I was asking you guys, how would you protect your P&L, or how would you protect your portfolio? Because I have a feeling, man, something's about to happen. We got the market at extreme all-time highs. We've got global uncertainty all over the place. Like every country has like issues going on. We're about to have Trump come into inauguration pretty soon. We have drones flying around that are scanning for something. I mean, taking out an insurance policy right now does not seem like the worst idea. Take a look at this real quick. I want to show you guys something. This is the SQQQ on the daily. On the daily on my right-hand side. Check this out. Doesn't this thing just look like it wants to break out? The SQQQ is a short on the market. It's literally like almost worthless right now. I don't know, guys. I mean, like, this is as good as time as any to look at this as being an option. I mean, not for you guys. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. This looks like it really, like, it has to like relieve some pressure. This thing goes up, then or this or the VIX. Like, if we look at the VIX on the left hand side, the VIX on the daily, also same thing with the VIX on the daily. Look how low we are. So something's got to give here. Something has got to give. I'm not sure what's going to give, but I think taking out an insurance policy is not the worst idea in the world. Bless me. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so Zorban mentioned taking out a long position, a call on the VIX. I was thinking either doing a put on QQQ or doing a bear spread. That's a little more complicated. Possibly buying the SQQQ, but they all have their, thank you, brother. They all have their pros and cons. So I've been chatting with ChatGPT here to see what's the best option here. So far, the long put or bear spread sound a little bit more of a better option. Maybe a long put on, maybe a long on the VIX may not be a bad option either. That could be good. And we'll see, man. And Armand is back. Armand is back from Tim Hortons, guy, and from Costco, doing some last minute shopping. Good for you, brother. So every short that I've taken is I've had small positions, tight stop losses, have been losses, guys. But every long I've taken has been green. Costco, eh? Is it true that a lot of Canadians always say A at the end of everything? Or do you got to be from a certain part of Canada to say that? Like Quebec or something. He's like, I was going to spend 200 and spend 500. Yeah, I also thought I was going to make money on my last trade, but I ended up got taken out. Should have stopped. Not so much, eh? That's pretty funny. In British Columbia, they do? Okay, it's more of a British Columbia thing. Gotcha, guys. All right, well, let's take a look at this market and see what we got here. I'm only going to hang out here, guys, for probably another hour or so. And I'm going to take off and go to the gym and go get the girls. But what we have right now is an extremely hot market. Extremely hot market. Not sure how this day is going to end, but it looks like a slow grind up. So those days, I don't do so well. I took a couple of shorts with like $100 stop losses. Both of them stopped out, but my longs have really were printing. I was up to 517, I think, on the day. 517. Let me show you guys. I was up to 517 on the day. Yeah, I had made $535. But unfortunately, we just took two losing trades on two shorts, $285. So right now we're currently at $221 on this account for the day. So it's kind of tough, man. It's kind of tough because you're here waiting for a good trade and the short looks really tempting. And I'm not like shorting it to like any significant levels down below. I'm shorting it to like the 13 and the 21 EMA. And I can't even get that. Brian says they do that all across Canada. Good afternoon, Brian. How are you, my friend? Good to see you here. And Brian must be from Canada. He says, yeah, everybody says A over here. It's just like kind of like I would say almost like a New York thing, right? Like New Yorkers, they say like forget about it, or they say a lot, you know, depending where you're from, you say a lot of things and you don't even realize it. All right, this kind of price action right here will get you in trouble. This is trouble in the making. This is not tradable. So a lot of people are saying buy the SQQQ. So I heard from ChatGPT that buying the SQQQ, and if it just goes sideways and doesn't give you much volatility, it could also lose its value. It's called daily compounding decay. Makes it a little riskier for long-term holding. So the SQQ is a good thing to buy if you think it's going to dump like soon, like within the next few days or weeks. That could be a good move on the SQQ. So yeah, man, thank God for ChatGPT. It gives you a lot of insight on things you had no idea about, and it saves you the time of watching like a 20-minute YouTube video. It says use VIX ETFs or call options for short-term market crash hedges. Consider SQQQ only if you're confident in a sustained market decline and are actively managing your position. Pair these with a clearly defined exit strategy to avoid holding too long. Pretty cool, man. ChatGPT's got it going on, guys. Careful, Brian. Yeah, slow grinds up are my worst days. Need to work on my entries. Is Germany Berlin? They say what? Yeah, you guys in Germany, they say V's for W's and W's for V's. That's pretty cool too. Delray Trading says I have SPX calls 7 strike January 2026 expiration, long-term hedge, and peace of mind. How much did that cost you, man? That's like a leap, right? Those are considered leaps. How much did you pay for that, Delray? I'm interested in looking for something. I think I'm gonna take some profits off the table with my Tesla, and buy some protection. 90 cents. So isn't it more expensive when they're further out, and they're cheaper when they're like 0-day expiries or something? Is that expensive? That's a short on the SPX, right? That because it has an extra S at the end. SPXS. Those are shorts. I would assume on the S&P. I have a feeling this market is it's gonna get a fork stuck in it pretty soon. That's just me though. Who knows? Let's get some tunes going here for the next few minutes. So Trump says that government knows about these drones. They're just not telling us. Government knows about these drones, guys, but they're not telling us. That doesn't sound like our government. That doesn't sound like them. I think Trump is a conspiracy theorist. Hard to say what to do here, guys. Such a hard trade to make here. Oh, so you got it way out of the money. So you got them way out of the money. That's why they were kind of cheap. Is that why? So for you, it's like just an insurance policy. If it hits, great. If it doesn't, then that's just part of the game, right? Is that what you're doing? I'm when it comes to options, guys, I'm completely lost. I mean, I've played 0-day expiries on the QQQ, but that's about it. Like, I don't know much. I've watched a lot of videos on options trading, and I feel like the more I watch, the more confused I get. I think the issue is we're in a rollover period, and in Q contracts, December and March contract volumes are pretty close. Yeah, you know what, Storm, you're right about that, man. Right now, this is going to be a tough market to trade, man. This here kind of gives us a little direction on our move right here, right? So look, see, we got the CVD curling up on the left-hand side here with the Renko. And then we got one more dump like we usually see when it wants to fake out and take out like a little liquidity. Even though it wasn't that much, it didn't take out much liquidity at all. And then it kept going up higher. The CVD on this side is kind of choppy and all over the place. No real direction. Kind of gives you an indication what the market's doing. So far, 33% are saying buy a put on the option, put on QQQ. 17% says bear spread on the QQQ. The bear spread is a little cheaper from what I understand. Buying SQQQ is about 50% right now. Maybe you guys know something I don't know. Yeah, this thing is just creeping to the upside, guys. 2280 at the moment. Thank God for stop losses, right? Or should I say, thank God for stop losses, eh? Let's see if we can do something. This might be something here, guys. Might be forming a rising wedge. Might be forming a rising wedge, which is it's a bearish, in my opinion. It's a bearish formation. They play retail with these rising wedges because it gets them very bullish on the move, and a lot of times they dump it. They dump it. Possibly do something like this. Bang, something like that. That would be cool. That would be cool to see. All right. I'd like to see something like this. I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe a little bit of a pumperoonie with a, with a little bit of a dumperoonie here, and then try to, come up again maybe, and then really just slam it. Could be something that it might do. On a day like this, it might be hard. It might be hard for it to do this because there's just going to be so much liquidity up here, unless buyers are really, unless sellers are really done, and they've kind of already said, enough is enough. We just had 1700 on the CVD to the upside though. It's a pretty bearish indication there. We are getting a little bit of a rollover here with one more to the upside. So this could be coming in. This could be coming in. We'll see. Only one way to know. It's just to wait. Or it could be another bull trap. Could be another bull trap. I'm trying to ask ChatGPT a question here. Oh, that's why. Okay. What is the probability of closing the day red on the Nasdaq when it's at an all-time high? Historically, the probability of closing red on the day the Nasdaq hits an all-time high is lower than average for several reasons. Okay, I won't bore you with that. Trend is your friend mentality. Buying euphoria. Momentum effect. Okay, these are all things. Studies on the S&P 500, a similar index, show that after reaching an all-time high, the index closes higher the next day about 60 to 65% of the time. So this can continue over, guys. This could spill over. Same day reversal likelihood. On the day the Nasdaq touches an all-time high, the likelihood of closing red increases if the market faces intraday resistance or profit taking. External factors impact now. Estimated probability. Here we go. While exact probabilities vary over time and depend on context, here is a reasonable historical estimate of the Nasdaq doing such. Likelihood of closing green is 60 to 65%. Likelihood of closing red about 35 to 40%. So, yeah, do with that what you will. So Brian is still in his short. I think it's good, says Brian. Lots of bullish sentiment. Tesla, Nvidia, upgrades, Trump, SoftBank, investing, index, rebalancing, plus Christmas rally, seasonally kickoff today. Yeah, guys, I think fighting this trend might be futile. Futile. It looks pretty good for a short right now, though. If we weren't at all-time highs, I'd say this looks pretty good for a short, because it's kind of doing exactly what I think it may do, which is lose the trend line, come back into the trend, and then dump a roo. It's getting pretty late in the day, so hard to short, man. It really is hard to short, because I've already seen from experience here myself personally, the 2 small shorts I've taken have both ended with my stop being taken. The best trade on days like this is probably no trade. But look, she's following our little trajectory to the T. I swear I'm not a time traveler from the future, guys. I swear I'm not. But if this thing does what I think it's going to do, my cover might be blown. This is hard to trade. All right, we'll see. We need Nvidia to break a trend. Look at Nvidia one-day chart. Yeah, let's look at the Nvidia one-day chart. Oops. Let me sorry guys, I mistakenly changed the wrong side of the chart. Let me put this back where it was. My right hand side. On my right hand side, you will see the Nvidia chart. 1 second. So the daily on Nvidia looks very rollover-y. Look at this thing. We just broke this last level of support right here. In my opinion, you know, we held it once, twice, and we just broke it through right now. Unless this is a fake out and it's going to reverse right now and rip faces off, that could be what it's preparing to do. But that's pretty bearish. It's extremely bearish in my opinion. Thank you for that. Brian says, yeah, I should have stopped at 11. I think we all should have. Tesla. Tesla's a rocket ship. Tesla's a rocket ship, guys. So I own a lot of Tesla. And Tesla is just crushing it for my portfolio right now. Which gets me nervous because the thing with trading in and out of your own portfolio, it's very dangerous. Because if I trade out of my portfolio, if I sell my Tesla, I have to pay capital gains. So that means if I think this market is overbought, I would then have to wait for the market to really get oversold quite significantly before I buy back into Tesla. So if I were to sell Tesla, I'd have to expect there to be more than a 30% retracement in order to get back in. If I don't think there's a 30% retracement on the horizon, why would I sell it? right? It's a hard thing to do. Tesla is a problem that keeps climbing. Yeah. Damn it, Tesla. That's my cue to take the L, says Brian. Yes, man. Yes, man. Zorban says, bull call spread. There is 100,000 on the 19th of February, 2025. $30 calls bought for 87 cents, and 100,000 for the 19th of February, 2025. $60 calls sold for 35 cents. Net cost for that trader is 52 cents. So this is a bull call spread, huh? So they're thinking the market's going to go further? Is that correct, Zorban? Because I don't know much about options, man. You start talking to me about options, I start losing my mind. So Zorban says potential 75 million plus profit. Whoa. And Zorban wants me to look at the VIX to pop higher. Yeah, let's look at the VIX. We have the VIX up right now. The VIX is right here on my left-hand side. It looks like it wants to go a bit higher. I mean, it's on the 1 hourly. On the 1 hour, it's toward the higher end of the day. Let's short this market, guys. I think I might. Not sure. Oh yeah, guys! This market knows no bottom. Tesla is doing the old pumperoo. Google's not far behind either. Google's no slacker, guys. Google's ripping right now. Everything's doing pretty good. Coinbase is ripping. Apple, Amazon. The only thing down today is Nvidia. Why would Nvidia be down on a day that SoftBank says they're going to invest $200 billion into, is it that Nvidia is mostly building their chips in like South Korea or something? Or, I mean, not South Korea, in Taiwan or something? Or is Nvidia like building their chips somewhere else? Is the news that we got today about bringing AI to the United States a bearish thing for Nvidia? What's the market going to do here, guys? I just took a quick short, probably the worst trade of the day. We'll see. This will be my last trade of the day too. Let me bring you guys in for the carnage. I do love pain. I love pain. If we get this trade, then I'll call it a day. All right. She looking all right. She looking all right, guys. She looking all right. Come on, baby squirrel. Give us a couple points. Down to 71. Give us that 71, baby. That's the 9. Give us that 71. Give us that 71, baby. Give us that sweet, sweet 71, baby. Nice. All right. All right, I'm done screwing around with this NQ, guys. This NQ, I'm lucky she didn't rip my face off just now. Lucky. Yeah, let's go. 390, my stop. Still in, we should see. Yeah. It's a pop higher. 390, my stop. 390, my stop. Yeah, that was a good entry, Hank. And again, the wick right. Well, on my chart right now, the chart you're seeing, this is a 1430 tick chart. Design knob recommended I take a look at that. And then here I'm using 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute candles. The reason I took that entry, guys, is because we had this big spike in CVD here, big spike that usually leads to a sell-off a little bit. And then we got this, remember, Back to the Future move that I told you guys about. Like, we're gonna do this, come back down, test back up, and then dump for the old dumperoo. I don't know how I knew that. You know, I swear I don't have a DeLorean parked in my garage, but I had a feeling. I just had a feeling. You know, I can't put my finger on it. But that'll be it for today, guys. I gotta remember about my health. I'm gonna go hit up Tim Hortons and then Costco for some last minute hot dog purchasing at Costco and pizza for you know, Santa. And then I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow, All right, so no, cool, guys. Take care. If you guys are new here, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and the notification bell. We'll be back on tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Thank you guys for all returning viewers. You guys are awesome, man. We're growing this channel like crazy. I think we got about like 200 new subs since we started streaming last month. Good sign. It's a really good sign. Getting positive feedback from you guys, and you guys are keeping me accountable and non-tilty. So thank you guys for all of that. All right, take care, guys. See you tomorrow. I'm gonna go get a workout in, then hit up Tim Hortons.